had before.
I've never felt anything like this before.
This is not your ordinary cleanser. Hundreds of ultra-hygienic, soft silicone fingers for a non-abrasive deep cleanse and massage using the power of sonic vibration.
When you put it on your face, it just feels like it's kissing your face.
Effortlessly loosen, lift, and remove dirt, oil, and makeup for the cleanest, most flawless-looking skin. So gentle, it's dermatologist approved.
My skin is more radiant. I feel a deeper clean. It gets everything. My makeup isn't truly off without it.
Now apply your favorite serums or creams and switch to the massage setting for even deeper penetration to help stimulate circulation, brighten your complexion, and help promote collagen production.
My skin just looks so glowy, and it looks so young and healthy.
Gentle and deep cleanse. Gentle and deep massage. 4 rejuvenating settings in one ultra-hygienic facial cleanser and massager. No replacement heads, no bristles, no bacteria. Just soft silicone fingers. Gentle and non-abrasive. And it's rechargeable and ready when you are. The effortless way to deep clean and massage your face, all in the comfort of your own home.
It feels like you're giving yourself a facial at home.
Get yours now at flawlesscleanse.com for just $39.99 or call 1-800-425-0532. Order right now and your shipping is free.
The deepest clean I've ever felt.
Flawless Cleanse. A deep cleanse like never before.
Special coverage, Newsy 2020 picks right back up right now. We are about 10 minutes away from 8 p.m. when we would start getting more results. And we want to share with you here Georgia. 16 electoral votes, rather. And you can see less than 1% reporting right now. But this is a race that everybody has their eye on. So we want to make sure we keep you posted right now. Much of this is probably early voting, that they were able to get in, they were able to count, and now are able to share first thing. And you can see Joe Biden, he's ahead by about 2 points. Georgia, an unexpected coin flip this year. By the way, I was comparing this to some others with their electoral votes. It's almost the same as Ohio. It is more than North Carolina and Wisconsin, same as Michigan, and that's why it is so important. So we'll keep you posted on that, along with other important races. But for right now, let's go to national investigative reporter Patrick Terpstra. He's in the newsroom here in Washington tonight. Patrick, I know you've been chasing down any leads on misinformation, disinformation, things not working, intimidation, and one thing that kind of seems run-of-the-mill but is so important is USPS and potential delays.
Well, and because we know that because of the pandemic, so many people were actually voting by mail this year. As of last weekend, Postal Service data showed that 300,000 ballots were still out there in the system and had not made it yet to election officials. There were a number of lawsuits brought forward, and the outcome of that today was that a federal judge said that the Postal Service needed to do one last scan and sweep of all of its postal processing facilities in 27 regions to make sure that that mail had actually made it to election officials. Postal Service said they just did not have time to do that today by 3 o'clock. But the Postal Service is saying that they will still make that sweep at some point today, and that they are taking, quote, extraordinary measures to try to get all mail ballots to election offices as quickly as possible. But it's another sign that we may not have a complete count for quite some time, Chance.
But what happens in that case, Patrick? Because I'm thinking, all of us have been there. We go up to the window at USPS and say, what is going on? And I don't want to hate on USPS. They work very hard and they're there, rain or shine, right? But sometimes there's not an urgency. And when some of these states have a rule that if you don't have the ballot in the hand of the county clerk by 7 p.m., it doesn't get counted. Is that going to be waived? I mean, if the federal judge is the one standing at that window saying, count it, do they have to?
Well, I think it's a safe assumption that we would see some more legal action taken in the 7 states that require those ballots by mail to actually arrive on Election Day. And to your point, this is not an issue in a lot of states that say you can receive a ballot several days after the election. But it's in those states that have to receive them on Election Day. That is the concern. But if the Postal Service is unable to confirm that those ballots have actually made it by the end of today, it's something we're going to have to watch and see what is the next move from the same groups that brought this very concern today, that led that federal judge to say there needed to be that sweep. What's their next move?
I've seen your investigations. I think you're going to keep on this and get some answers. Patrick Terpstra in the newsroom tonight. Patrick, thanks. See you in just a bit. In that legendary moment, I'm sure you remember it, NBC's Tim Russert, the legend, putting on a whiteboard something that read 3 words. It said, Florida, 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 right? During the 2000 presidential election. Our own James Packard, no whiteboard. He has a little more fancy schman set up tonight, but joins us again with what we do need to be looking at, and that is Florida, Florida, Florida. It's going to affect both candidates. James?
Yeah, I can't just take a marker across the monitor here. The technical crew probably get pretty upset about that. Let's talk some specifics here about Florida, because there's a lot interesting happening right now in Florida. Let's first talk about early voting here, okay, and compare early voting numbers nationally to early voting numbers in Florida. This is nationally, okay, so 29% of people said they were going to vote in person on Election Day. Everyone else, 71%, said either early voting in person or absentee mail-in ballots. Look at what happened in Florida. Pretty on trend, but you notice that in Florida specifically, there is more early voting. About 80% of people in Florida do early votes. 20% decide to vote in person on Election Day. This is normal for Florida. It knows how to handle it. It's why we're going to continue getting numbers out of Florida tonight and why we already have so many. The same is not true for other states, which we'll talk about later into the night. But look at why Florida is so critical. Let's take the scenario in which, for instance, Joe Biden loses Florida. Let's say that Florida goes to President Trump tonight. Here are all of the possibilities for Joe Biden if he loses Florida. His path to 270 likely needs to include either Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, or any of these other combinations. He has some options. For the president, the same is not true. If the president loses Florida, he would have to come up with a 270 map. Let's take if the president loses Florida, if Florida goes to Joe Biden, he would have to come up with an electoral map that includes all of these states, plus either Arizona or Iowa. That's a lot of work for him to do. There are some key counties in Florida that could determine how it goes tonight. Take Pinellas County, for instance. In 2016, it is a county that went to Donald Trump. There are senior voters in the northern part of Pinellas County, a southern part that tends to trend Democratic, and then the outer barrier islands, wealthy folks who tend to be more conservative. Pinellas County right now, Joe Biden is leading chance. Miami-Dade closer for the president, but Pinellas leading for Joe Biden.
And I know at 8 p.m. Eastern, we have some more races that are going to be starting to sharing their tallies.
Yeah, absolutely. Tons of states close up at 8 p.m. Eastern, including, by the way, all of Florida, because there are a couple of counties that are in the central time zone in Florida. So a lot to do here in just a couple of minutes.
James Packard, I'll talk to you in probably like 3.5 minutes because we have some big votes, big tallies coming out. And we also have our reporters on the ground with both campaigns. So we have more Newsy 2020 right after this.
Hey, I'm Christian Bryant. Every weeknight on In the Loop, we cut through the noise with a mix of headlines and features. Definitely not your traditional nightly news show. So come join us. We've got stuff to talk about.
We take a step away from the noise and spin to really hear the stories that need to be told. Newsy cuts through.
Newsy's 2020 election coverage sponsored by CuriosityStream.
Did you know that despite growing out of dirt in the ground, mushrooms are more closely related to animals than they are to plants? Learn more in The Kingdom, How Fungi Made Our World on CuriosityStream. CuriosityStream is the streaming video service full of thousands of documentary films and TV shows about nature, science, history, travel, the world's most fascinating people, and pretty much anything else you want to learn about. Spark your curiosity on any device that can stream video. Learn more and sign up today at curiositystream.com.
Each year, Americans waste $21 billion by overpaying on car insurance. That's why I went to thezebra.com. Because while every company claims to save you money on car insurance, the Zebra shows you who actually can.
Compare car insurance for free at thezebra.com today.
When it comes to the most comfortable basics, Mack Weldon gets guys talking.
I come to Mack Weldon for absolute comfort, and they've always looked good, felt good, and worked throughout the day for me.
I have 6 drawers in our dresser at home, 2 of which are dedicated solely to Mack Weldon tees. You can ask my wife.
You name it, I probably have it, and all of it is really comfortable, so I love wearing it.
Everything I own from Mack Weldon is luxuriously comfortable.
Yeah, noticing a theme here? Get comfortable at MackWeldon.com.
This is a commercial for Warby Parker glasses. Now that's out of the way, let's enjoy the mixing of these acetate chips. which will one day turn into a pair of our tortoise glasses. Ah. Try 5 pairs for free at warbyparker.com.
Are you tired of dodging the IRS for back taxes? Are you curious about potential new options available to you because of COVID-19? The coronavirus has forced the government to take extensive actions, making this the most opportunistic time for you to finally restructure or even resolve your tax debt with the IRS. If you owe $10,000 or more in back taxes, have unfiled tax returns, and are experiencing hardships because of the impact of COVID-19, you could qualify for more aggressive resolution plans with the IRS. National Tax Experts has specialists ready to help you determine your eligibility for these programs. Act now before it's too late. This could be your best chance to resolve your tax debt. If left unresolved, your debt will continue to accumulate penalties and interest and eventually be subject to serious and punitive collection activity. Call to take advantage of these temporary tax relief options to resolve your tax debt today.
Call 1-800-693-6680.
It's the most consequential hour of the night. Polls closing in all or parts of 22 states. 172 electoral votes at stake. That includes the crucial state of Pennsylvania. Votes now being counted. Out west, polls about to close. The candidates watching and waiting. The rest of us.
I'm hearing we're doing well all over. I hear the lines are amazing.
Now on Newsy, the facts we're learning about what's driving the record-breaking vote. Our network of reporters standing by across more than 40 cities. No partisans, no panels, no spin masters. This is Newsy's live special coverage of the 2020 presidential election.
It is 8:01 in the East, and we have some new calls to make. AP declaring South Carolina for President Donald Trump. He gets their 9 electoral votes. He won them 4 years ago, again, easily tonight. Also coming in right now, Mississippi, solid red, and again, solidly in the Trump column, 6 electoral votes from the deep South, deep red Mississippi, going in favor of President Donald Trump just after 8 o'clock tonight, just after their polls have closed. Polling sites are now closed across dozens and dozens of states. We're getting the real-time tally right here on Newsy. In Florida, all polls are now closed. Most of them are closed in Michigan, Pennsylvania, and in Texas, the surprise toss-up this year. 3 crucial states in each candidate's path to 270 electoral votes. We may have that count tonight. It may be overnight, maybe tomorrow morning, but we're here for all of it. We do know North Carolina. They were going to be reporting the results at 7:30 tonight. Then it had to get pushed back 45 minutes. They're going to release theirs in the next 15 minutes because 4 sites, they were allowed to stay open late because they opened late. We're going to start seeing vote tallies come in just minutes from now from more across the country. We're standing by for that. So let's bring in our campaign reporters right now. Willie James Inman is with the president tonight at the White House. He has something like 300 guests there with him. And Alex Miller is with former Vice President Joe Biden and his campaign in Wilmington, Delaware. You guys, these things are coming in early. So far, no surprises, Alex.
Not necessarily any surprises, but I do know that the Biden campaign and Democrats in general were watching Virginia not to see if it was going to turn blue. They were fairly certain that that was going to happen, but how quickly it turned blue is what they were paying attention to. And they declared Joe Biden the winner about a half an hour after polls closed. That's a big deal. We saw Senator Tim Kaine. He recently just tweeted about it, saying that that is exactly what they were looking for and that they're prepared for a blue wave because it wasn't even close, according to Senator Kaine, and they're feeling confident based on that. It's not as much of a bellwether, I think, as places like Florida or North Carolina could be, but the campaign saw that as a nice early warning sign.
And let me ask you, Willie, South Carolina, it's no surprise that the president won South Carolina, but there's a hotly contested Senate race underway right now in South Carolina involving Lindsey Graham and a Democratic challenger who kind of came from behind and possibly could win this thing. Do you think there's any bearing from the presidential that bleeds over into the Senate?
Well, that certainly could be something that comes up tonight, right, Chance? Because South Carolina is no surprise that the president took that state. Also no surprise that the president took states like Mississippi and Kentucky as well. For the Democratic candidate down there in the Palmetto State, certainly hoping that he can get the African-American vote to come out and support him. Lindsey Graham has been an ally for the president. The president, of course, certainly hopes that he can help Lindsey Graham carry and be in the Senate. Again, he really certainly needs him on the Judiciary Committee if the Republicans were to maintain the majority in the Senate. But clearly, Chance, the president winning South Carolina, no surprise, but we'll perhaps have to wait and see what happens in that Senate race specifically, because there's been a lot of money raised on both sides, especially the Democratic side, for the Senate race down there in South Carolina.
And Alex, you were talking about this, how Virginia, how it could be, if not a bellwether, something of, I don't even want to say predictor, a hint of how tonight could go. They're hoping in the Biden territory, right? And we see that the Senator Mark Warner, his commercials plaster our TV screens here in D.C., and he won re-election, according to the AP, pretty easily. They called that right out of the gate. Are there other states that could act the same as Virginia as far as tea leaves, if you're thinking of like something like a North Carolina or a Georgia, that they could give us hints?
Yeah, absolutely. North Carolina and Georgia in particular would be way more than just a small reading of the tea leaves, because flipping Georgia would be a huge deal for Democrats. But North Carolina, I think, is more in line with this. This is a very much a toss-up state, one that the campaign is fighting hard to win, but one that could go either way. So if they are able to win that, I think they will feel much more confident as polls start to close across the rest of the country. Other states on the East Coast are pretty much a shoo-in. If you look at Maryland, that is a very deep blue state. New Jersey, Connecticut, those states that are having the first polls closed, they're not something that the campaign is really paying attention to. But the interesting thing about Virginia is that statewide, they've got a Democratic governor and 2 Democratic senators. But until very recently, their legislature was Republican, and their local offices were held by a lot of Republicans. So you have seen over the last, I would say, 5 to 10 years, that really start to shift in Virginia, really become a deep blue state.
And also, Willie, most incumbent presidents, they win the White House again. I think George H.W. Bush, I believe, was the last president who didn't win re-election. Does that add any sort of secret confidence to the Trump campaign that, maybe all the polls don't show it, but this is possible because this is what precedent has shown? Or do they feel that, the president is a singular figure in American politics and many of the rules don't, transpose on top of this?
Well, I think the latter certainly applies, Chance, based on my conversations with campaign officials throughout this entire process. They look at President Trump and they see him as a political figure. He wasn't a politician when he got into this. Now, of course, he's a politician now, but they look at him as someone who has changed Washington, who has basically upended some of the rules in Washington and some of the decorum that we've seen. Of course, we've seen that with the Trump presidency and the president himself. But clearly, Chance, they really think that they have a good message based on the economy. They talk about the public polls have it wrong. We have internal data that says that we can have a pathway to 270 electoral votes. I'm talking about the Trump campaign. That's often what they claim and what they tell reporters. But they think they have a pathway to victory. They think they have a pathway through states like Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and they've often talked about that ground game. They say their ground game is better than what the Democrats have. They talked about having those in-person people knock on doors and do things such as that, which the Democrats and Joe Biden's campaign haven't really done as much until the latter part of the 2020 election, Chance. So they think they have that excellent ground game, and they think they'll come out on top tonight with the election.
All right, Willie James Inman in Washington tonight. Alex Miller in Delaware. Thank you both. We'll see you very soon. And you might be wondering, that number that's changing, 85, and think, how did that factor in? The AP called a whole bunch of races at one time for Joe Biden: Connecticut, Delaware, Illinois, Maryland, Massachusetts. So those tallied up very quickly. And then the president adding also Tennessee. So a lot of these things are being called just like that. One other feature, we've been talking about this for quite a while because we feel it's very important. You're only going to see it on Newsy, is our coast-to-coast check-in. And not only is a national reporter going to drop in and tell you about this local area. No, we want to talk to the local area, hear from them. Our 60 stations in more than 40 markets are part of this coverage tonight. All important to show you how the election is playing out at the local level. Why did they get out to vote the way they did today? So let's join coverage now from WGBA in Green Bay.
A record number of Wisconsinites have already voted by mail, and now those ballots are being counted. John, you're at Central Count in Green Bay. What's the scene right there?
So here at the KI Convention Center in downtown Green Bay, Nina, you're right. This behind me is what's called the Central Count site for the city of Green Bay. And this all has to do with absentee ballots. Everyone in the city who voted using an absentee ballot, well, that ballot is being counted right here behind me. More than 31,000 of them had already been returned as of this morning's update. And as of about 4 o'clock this afternoon, after 9 hours of counting the ballots, a little bit more than 40% of them have already been counted. So doing a little bit of the math there, if that same rate holds up for counting these ballots as the day goes on, it'll be well into tomorrow morning before all of these ballots are counted. Now, you might have mailed your absentee ballot back 2 weeks ago. Well, under state law, they could not begin to be counted until 7 o'clock this morning when the polls opened. So again, the counting continues behind me here, and we're expecting to get more updates as the night goes on, just as far as how many of them have already been counted. Again, Nina, right now, about 40% have gone through these machines as of the last update.
All right, now let's head across the bureau here in Washington with national investigative reporter Patrick Terpstra in our newsroom. Patrick, you're tracking any voting issues throughout the day and night, no matter where they're happening. And we're hearing there could be some issues in Fulton County, Georgia.
Yeah, Fulton County, the most populous county in Georgia, home to Atlanta. Apparently, they had a leak occur in an arena that is holding all of their absentee ballots. Now, we're told that the absentee ballots themselves have not been affected, but the counting of those ballots has been affected by 4 hours. What that means is that Georgia, one of these pivotal states, everybody's going to be watching to see what happens there. Their count is going to be delayed, and it will be some time before we see what is going on in Fulton County, which is a Democratic stronghold, Chance.
When you say delay, any idea what that means? Are they thinking hours? Are they thinking days?
Well, at first they said days. Now it's down to 4 hours, so that is an improvement. But it is another reminder that as we look at all of these different states that had these surges of absentee mail-in votes, that they are going to encounter issues like leaks in an arena, things that will take time. So Georgia, even though all eyes are on it right now, they are probably not going to be the only state tonight to come out and say it's taking a little bit longer than we anticipated to actually count these ballots. We've talked to a number of small-town county clerks just in the past few weeks from all over the country. In some cases, they're just one person in an office, and that person has to sleep. So it is possible that some of the votes tonight will be put on hold until later days when they can be processed. So it's just another indication that what we see tonight is not going to be a complete vote.
And Patrick, I know you're covering any issue that arises, but I guess to be fair and really characterize this appropriately tonight, we also could say that there have not been any enormous, really concerning issues that have come to our attention so far.
That's absolutely true, and that really was the fear for so many weeks. All of these different ideas of things that could go upside down and go wrong. Of course, you have a pandemic. You have so many people mailing in ballots. You have cybersecurity concerns, and major things did not happen. We did see some minor things like long lines places and breakdowns of machines and things that occur every election, but none of these big ticket items that people were so concerned about. And really a lot of election officials, it's a testament to them. They told us in the weeks and months leading up to this, they were going to have many more poll workers than usual. They were going to get the message out there for people to vote early, and it appears a chance to have paid off.
Patrick Terpstra in the newsroom. I'm glad you're there to track this as it comes in, because as the evening develops, you never know what happens, but we hope it remains relatively calm. Thank you so much, Patrick. All right, that is just a small taste of what we're doing tonight, keeping track of things nationally, but also locally. And ahead, we do have some new insights about what's driving the vote, and we're going to get to that, because in each community, it could be city by city, it drives it differently. And we also do want to let you know some AP calls that are coming out right now of who is winning which electoral votes. Oklahoma, It has gone for President Trump. 7 electoral votes in the column of President Trump. And in Tennessee, also President Trump winning Tennessee in their electoral votes. You can see right here that they have 11. On the other side, Delaware. Who do you think won Delaware? You could probably have guessed this about 10 years ago. Delaware is going to Joe Biden, but right here is Connecticut. They are also going to Joe Biden. Okay, but as you see, officially, all 3 electoral votes from Delaware going to their favorite son, Joe Biden. Also, Joe Biden wanting Illinois right here. Illinois has quite a few electoral votes. This is a big one, but again, it's a safe state. 20 electoral votes for Joe Biden. Maryland, also going for Biden. They have that Republican governor. They have some Democrats in office, but they voted Democrat for president. Massachusetts, also Biden territory. Then New Jersey, Biden again. In Rhode Island, also in the Biden camp. A safe state for Democrats, and Joe Biden also takes Rhode Island this evening. As you can see, rolling along, and it looks like Joe Biden has 85 electoral votes in his column. They're trying to get to 270. And President Trump, as of this moment, has 55 in his column. Just bear in mind that not all the votes are tallied everywhere just yet. And also keep in mind that 270 is a ways off. We're back right after this on Newsy 2020.
While others take sides, we won't. Newsy cuts through to the truth, to the news that matters. Informing, not influencing. Newsy, the most neutral cable news network.
We're working hard to get you the news you need.
We dig a little deeper on the stories of the day.
That's why we're here.
To help start making sense of it all.
Newsy's 2020 election coverage sponsored by CuriosityStream.
Did you know that despite growing out of dirt in the ground, mushrooms are more closely related to animals than they are to plants? Learn more in The Kingdom, How Fungi Made Our World on CuriosityStream. CuriosityStream is the streaming video service full of thousands of documentary films and TV shows about nature, science, history, travel, the world's most fascinating people, and pretty much anything else you want to learn about. Spark your curiosity on any device that can stream video. Learn more and sign up today at curiositystream.com.
We're here in Sunny Ocean Park with the latest craze. It's Snackies!
Snackies is the all-in-one, go-anywhere snacking solution that's sweeping the nation. Now you can have your drink and your favorite snack all in one hand. Snackies really is the ultimate snacking solution. Now you can have your favorite drink and the snacks you love all in one cup. Snack easy with Snackies. Sealed lid keeps snacks fresh and clean. And with its unique design, spills are a thing of the past. Those chip bowl disasters? Never again. Kids mess in the car? With Snackies, it's clean and easy. Perfectly sealed, so no more mess. No dirt, no bugs, and no more sharing the chip bowl with Grossy Gross. It's breakfast on the go. Kids gaming can be a disaster. Snackies controls the mess.
I love it.
Party in a cup.
Dishwasher safe with a lifetime guarantee. Perfect after a workout, at the game, after practice, even on the road. Snackies go everywhere. Kids love it, guys love it, and moms love it because there's less mess. Holds a full 16 ounces and a whole bag of chips. Make it healthy with fruit and a protein shake. How about nuggets and fries and your drink all in one hand?
Snackies!
It's taking the world by storm. You can get yours at GetSnackies.com for $14.99 plus $4.99 processing and handling in any of these cool colors. But wait, we'll also include a second Snackies absolutely free. So that's 2 for $14.99 plus $4.99 processing and handling.
I'm getting 4. Done.
I want one.
Absolutely everyone loves Snackies! Must be 18 years or older to call. Here's how to order.
To order Snackies for $14.99 plus $4.99 processing and handling, you can call 1-800-373-6220. That's 1-800-373-6220. Or you can go online at GetSnackies.com. That's GetSnackies.com. You can call or click today.
Back more with more Newsy special 2020 coverage, and we are getting the first results from North Carolina. Polling closing times, they were extended until 8:15 as 4 sites. They were allowed to stay open late because they had to open late. It wasn't ideal, but that was the reality, so they pushed it back. This election, it is decided in cities across the country, big and small, and we're live in more than 40 of them tonight here at Newsy. Joining us from Grand Rapids, Michigan, is Doug Reardon. He's in our sister station, WXMI's newsroom. Doug, the polls have closed in most of the state. It is a critical state. How was turnout in Michigan?
Yeah, Chance, it was a critical state and a very critical area here where we are in West Michigan. Turnout was astronomically higher than certainly any election that I've seen in my 5 years here, and really in a lot of election cycles that we've seen in the past. So just to put things in perspective for you, West Michigan, the dozen or so counties that we cover here, makes up about 19.5% of the Michigan electorate. So it is a big piece of the state's voting bloc. And traditionally, this is a red area of the country. This West Michigan swath of counties that we're talking about in the Grand Rapids area is traditionally red. Going back to 1998, the Republican candidate at the top of the ticket ended up winning the state with the one exception of Barack Obama in 2008. And so we are looking at a couple of different things here. One, how is turnout? Because in the state of Michigan, when Democratic voters do turn out, when they do, it really can make things interesting. And the other thing that we're looking at, too, is this Senate race going on in one of our districts that was left open by Congressman Justin Amash. We're looking at two new candidates, a Republican, Peter Meyer, a big name around here in West Michigan. His family started up a Walmart-type store, superstore here in town, and then a former immigration lawyer, Hillary Skolden. And so I think it'll be interesting to see with an independent candidate for Congress out. Now, how do we fill that void? Is it with a Republican or a Democrat here in the Kent County area? Now, last time you and I talked was back in March, on the day that we first got our coronavirus cases, and Kent County was something that we talked about. So we're going to look to see what happens in this very wishy-washy area of Kent County, which is the where Grand Rapids is the seat here, the city, and we'll keep an eye on things throughout the night, but we'll send it back to you, Chance, at the Newsy Studios.
You call it wishy-washy. Other people call it a swing county, I guess, and that's the one everybody wants to win. So we'll be keeping an eye on Kent County. But by the way, Doug, Michigan Secretary of State warned we may not know full election results there tonight. How does Michigan handle mail-in and absentee ballot counting?
Yeah, so back in 2018, we passed Proposition 3, which now allows any Michigander to cast an absentee ballot for absolutely no reason at all. And that was something else that you and I talked about back in March, because it was one of the first election cycles that we had that allowed that. And people really did take advantage of it. We got some very high numbers as far as absentee returns. And as far as what you were saying on delays on results, that is something we're expecting. In fact, we'd even talked to the Secretary of State this week, who said it could be as late as Friday before Michigan is returning some of these results. We were allowed to start processing these ballots, not counting, but processing them yesterday, and so we hope for a speedy return. But again, we have been warned by the Secretary of State it could be as late as Friday.
Hold your horses, wishy-washy. When I think of Michigan tonight, I'm going to think of that. I know each candidate.
That's the word of the day.
W, let me win. Doug Reardon from our Grand Rapids sister station, WXMI. Doug, thanks again. We have our eyes also on the race for the White House. At the same time, you got to use both your eyes. The U.S. Senate also very important, and we have some updates on vote counting there. Democrats are fighting for control of that chamber, and we have a few races called. They're not the ones that are going to swing this, but they are notable. We have Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell. He is the projected winner. He has been in the Senate since the 1980s, and again, he's going to be there through the 2020s, apparently, leading his party in the United States Senate. Also, a Democrat, Chris Coons, he wins in Delaware also. I believe he took the seat of Joe Biden whenever he went to the White House, and this is his 6-year term, going to continue in Delaware. And then he was a candidate for the president, and he was a former opponent. Now he's a big ally of Joe Biden, Cory Booker. He will become an incumbent yet again in the United States Senate from New Jersey. Many people have speculated that Cory Booker could wind up in the cabinet of a potential Biden administration. We'll see about that. Apparently they bonded on the campaign trail and remain close. But for now, a good fallback, the United States Senate. Let's get to Newsy Congressional reporter Nathaniel Reed tonight, joining us live from the Capitol. Nate, the results so far, probably not that shocking.
No, I mean, as I go through here and write down who's won the races and what's been open, so far there's really only one new senator that we're going to be talking about, which is Bill Hagerty from Tennessee. Of course, he is taking the seat of the retiring senator Lamar Alexander of Tennessee, so that is a Republican hold for them. There's really no difference there. So so far you've got about seven Democratic races, Senate races called for Democrats. Those were all held by Democrats before. One I can draw attention to, Jean Shaheen in New Hampshire. She potentially faced a challenge from the right. That, of course, was never something that was necessarily in the toss-up column per se, but it certainly was something Democrats need to hold in order to retain power in their chamber. Interesting, though, in the state of New Hampshire, even though Jean Shaheen, who's a Democrat, has won re-election in that state, the AP has called the race for governor for John Sununu. He, of course, is the Republican governor of that state. So certainly some ticket splitting happening in New Hampshire. In terms of who we know so far, Mitch McConnell, of course, winning his race against Amy McGrath. Amy McGrath outraised him. She raised something in the line of $85 million to Mitch McConnell's $55 million. Now, this was never necessarily a tight race. She was always polling about 5 to 12 points behind him, at least in the last 3 or 4 recent polls. But why this is important, we now know who the Republican leader is going to be. Whether he's the majority leader or the minority leader, that's still unclear. Also, Dick Durbin, that race in Illinois. Dick Durbin, of course, easily beating his opponent. He is currently the minority whip. Does he become the majority whip? That's another question we have yet to answer. Chris Coons, of course, also sometimes called the Biden whisperer in the Senate, both from the state of Delaware. He's also someone whose name has been floated for potentially taking the spot of Secretary of State should Joe Biden win the presidency. So obviously these are all really must-wins for Democrats at this point. The only new senator we're talking about is Hagerty in Tennessee, but that is, of course, a Republican hold. So really, we're not seeing anything at this point, which is a major flip. Of course, when we will, well, I'm sure we will see flips tonight, but when we do, we will let you know.
Well, in like a 20-second, make us really smart, really fast. Which of the blockbuster races you have your eye on right now?
North Carolina. I've got my eye on North Carolina, that Cal Cunningham versus the incumbent Senator Tom Tillis, a fierce supporter of President Trump's. Whether or not Cal Cunningham wins could spell both the presidential contest in that state. The North Carolina, of course, is a swing state, and of course that Senate race key to Democrats taking any sort of lead or gaining any seats in the Senate.
Congressional reporter Nathaniel Reed. Nate, thank you so much. We'll see you in just a bit as those races do get called. We have this powerful network of 60 stations across the country that we can dip into and figure out what's happening there right now that really, really matters. And the key state tonight is Arizona. So we want to join live coverage right now from KNXV in Phoenix. Let's listen. Actually, I think that we're going to connect to them in just a moment. But first, we're going to take a really quick break and then come back and let you know what's happening in Arizona, because their polls close, I believe, in about 34 minutes. And we might have some results pretty soon because they count theirs earlier than some other states. That's right after this on Newsy 2020.
Getting email that isn't junk? You should know about Newsy's daily newsletter. It's breaking news right to your inbox. Get caught up quick with the best Newsy stories every day. Join us at signup.newsy.com. Be informed, not influenced. Newsy just gives you the facts.
For when you just want to sit down and get caught up with what's actually happening.
Be informed, not influenced.
Newsy's 2020 election coverage sponsored by CuriosityStream.
Did you know that despite growing out of dirt in the ground, mushrooms are more closely related to animals than they are to plants? Learn more in The Kingdom, How Fungi Made Our World on CuriosityStream. CuriosityStream is the streaming video service full of thousands of documentary films and TV shows about nature, science, history, travel, the world's most fascinating people, and pretty much anything else you want to learn about. Spark your curiosity on any device that can stream video. Learn more and sign up today at curiositystream.com.
Support your favorite college at Fanatics.com, the largest assortment of officially licensed fan gear from more than 500 colleges. Every conference, every team. Shop now and get today's special offer. Fanatics.com, officially licensed everything.
Mack Weldon is reinventing men's basics, and it all starts with more comfortable underwear. That means underwear made with soft, breathable, moisture-wicking fabrics. targeted cool zones, waistbands that won't roll over, and legs that won't ride up. We're confident our underwear is more comfortable than what you've got on right now. So confident, in fact, that we came up with this guarantee. If you don't love your first pair, it's on us. Try a pair at MacWeldon.com.
You can't put a price on connection, so we didn't. With Text Now, you get a real phone number with unlimited nationwide calls and texts for $0 a month. Download Text Now for free today.
Non-attorney spokesperson. This is a paid advertisement for legal services sponsored by Nightline Legal. Cases assigned on a random basis to participating law firms. This drug remains approved by the FDA. If you or a loved one regularly took Zantac and were later diagnosed with cancer, call right now. You may be entitled to financial compensation. A number of pharmacies have suspended the sale of Zantac and other ranitidine products after the FDA announced the discovery of unacceptable levels of NDMA, a known cancer-causing impurity. Potential cancers associated with exposure to NDMA include bladder cancer, colon cancer, kidney cancer, stomach cancer, liver cancer, pancreatic cancer, along with many more. If you or a loved one regularly took Zantac and were later diagnosed with cancer, call right now. You may be owed significant compensation from the manufacturer. There are time deadlines to file a claim, so don't wait. Call now. Do not stop taking a prescribed medication without first consulting with your doctor. Discontinuing a prescribed medication without your doctor's advice can result in injury or death. Call 1-800-845-8930.
Newsy 2020 picks back up right now. Our campaign reporters are out on the trail tonight. Willie James Zinman, he's following the Trump campaign at the White House tonight. And Alex Miller is in Wilmington, Delaware, home of Joe Biden and his campaign. Alex, let me ask you, Joe Biden and his team, while they see all of this develop tonight, they see these numbers rolling in, we know the states they're depending on. Who is Joe Biden depending on the most tonight? Is it young people? We saw they were maybe more excited doing early voting. Is it the suburban women who they thought they could win back? Who are they depending on? Looks like we're having some audio issues with Alex right now.
I think.
Let me put that question to you, Willie, if you're there.
Sure, I can hear you, Chance. Yep.
Who is President Trump most dependent on tonight? You know, because again, there was this idea of he would not only have to do what he did 4 years ago, but he would have to amplify it further, bring out even more voters in those states like Michigan and Wisconsin and Pennsylvania. Who's he most reliant on?
Yeah, he's reliant upon that base, and I've met several of the President Trump supporters at some of his rallies. A lot of them are exactly what the pollsters, equate them to be in terms of the white voters who voted for him in the rural areas of the country. The president and his campaign also are making a pitch for suburban women. He needs the suburbs to come out for him. But the rural area, Chance, I have to be really clear here. That's where the president sees his strongest, amount of support amongst white, non-college educated voters, or amongst voters who are also working in manufacturing and places such as that in those Rust Belt states. And in the South, it's the rural area. So the president is really hoping that they come out in force tonight on Election Day. He's hoping that they can come out and lead him to victory, Chance.
We do have another call to make right now. The AP is now declaring the state of Alaska in the category of President Trump. He has gotten 3 electoral votes there. And I believe Arkansas is also now reporting and also has been reliably read ever since Bill Clinton also, of course. Alaska, I don't believe, has reported fully right now, so let's hold off on that just for a moment. Let's talk about the South, because Arkansas is for sure in the category of President Trump. Willie, in the South, I've been thinking this through today a little bit. And the South, which you're intimately familiar with, you've both lived there and reported on it for a long time. It's mostly red at this point, but when you look at a North Carolina, way different from a South Carolina. When you look at a Georgia, I wonder what would make them possibly different this year, and we underscore possibly. Is it that Stacey Abrams effect that she's been out there pounding the pavement saying this is about registering, showing up, follow through? What's changing things?
Well, that's part of it there. That's part of the calculation in the Peach State. They really hope that they can get a force of voters of color to come out for Joe Biden's team. They're hoping that those people come out in urban areas, in Fulton County, Gwinnett County, Cobb County. I know the state well, being from there. They're hoping that young voters come out, women, and black women in particular are voters that typically they want to make sure that they get them to come out for the Democratic candidate. They typically lean Democratic. So Stacey Abrams and her folks down there are hoping that they come out for Joe Biden tonight. And in North Carolina, it's an interesting state. I spent some time there recently. It's a state that has seen a lot of shift in terms of people moving from the Northeast, more liberal parts of the country, moving to places like Charlotte and Raleigh-Durham, and relocating there because of the cost of living is lower. It's a really nice state to be in. I've visited several times. And basically what voters tell me there on the side of voting for former Vice President Biden, they say that the character is on the ballot. COVID is something that they're thinking about. Of course, the state has a Democratic governor, and this is certainly something that's on the mind of voters there. People who support the president in North Carolina, on the other hand, tell me the economy is on the ballot for them. They think that the president is the person to get the economy back up and going again, Chance.
Willie James Inman, we appreciate it so much. And also Alex Miller will be joining us a little bit later. She's in Delaware tonight. Just a quick update on where we are on the electoral count right now. The AP has Joe Biden with 85 electoral votes so far, and President Trump with 61 at this moment. Again, the goal is 270 for either of those candidates. Now, a feature you're only going to see here on Newsy is our coast-to-coast coverage, local check-ins with what's happening in each state. And Florida, one of the biggest swing states tonight. This is the Secretary of State addressing the public right now. Let's listen in.
Supervisors of elections, their staff, our dedicated poll workers, and Florida's voters. Thank you all for being a part of our democracy and this nation and state's history. I know you all are eager to review the emerging election results as we get ongoing reports upstairs, but I am happy to take any questions that you may have.
Are we heading through a recount of these races independent?
It is too soon to tell, but if we do in fact require a recount, it is important to note that the procedures for recounts are now very clearly defined in our statutes, both the thresholds that will trigger a recount and how those recounts are to be conducted. Our supervisors of election are familiar with those processes, and I am confident that if a recount is required, that too will be conducted in an orderly and secure fashion.
Did the sweep of the post offices in South Florida result in any found ballots by the state?
So we are aware of the issue that arose earlier this week with election-related mail that was identified in a postal facility in South Florida. We have been advised that those ballots that were identified were promptly delivered to their intended addresses, recipients, or supervisors of election. And at this time, we have not been advised of any additional election mail that was located at those facilities and not delivered timely.
So you guys did do a sweep of those. Do you know if there was a sweep done of those per the federal court order? Was there a sweep done of those postal?
That question would be better directed to the Postal Service.
We heard from a voter who showed up to the polls, they scanned his ID and told him he already voted. And he said it took him about an hour to figure out the issue through the supervisor of elections. Have you heard of any other similar cases like that? What went wrong there? They said it was a computer error.
So we were aware, as I mentioned in our earlier press conference today, we were aware of isolated issues that occurred early this morning in Lake County and Lee County. The supervisors of election in those counties were able to resolve the issue that was occurring about matching the voter to the correct precinct. All of those voters were able to cast ballots earlier today.
What kinds of questions has your department received today, perhaps from voters who are trying to figure out their status related to Amendment 4, as they're potentially right there at the polls and that kind of thing?
Sure. So on the subject of Amendment 4, the Florida Department of State does not make laws, but it is absolutely our responsibility to ensure that they are followed consistently and fairly across our state. We worked very hard to ensure that any voter that had questions about his or her eligibility to vote under the terms of Amendment 4 had access to the information that they needed. We placed a frequently asked questions list on our website for voters who were unsure about the status of the law so that that information would be clear and easy to access for them. In addition, we take a number of phone calls and inquiries from voters who may have questions about their individual eligibility and have also provided advisory opinions for those voters who went to their counties and were unable to establish whether or not they believed they had satisfied all terms of their criminal sentences. So we worked very hard to ensure that
incredibly important
we're able to get the information
state. It's a
that they
swing
needed.
state. It has an enormous amount of electoral votes, and it's always unpredictable. President Trump won it by 1 point last time around. Tonight, nobody knows how it's going to go, but I will tell you, they asked her, first question there, how would a recount go? I think everybody has a little heart palpitation when they hear Florida and recount, but she says it will be, quote, orderly and secure if they do have to do it. If is the key word. Again, going to Florida, or we think it's all important to show you all around the map tonight, just how the election's playing out at the local level. We've seen some long lines in Milwaukee today, and many experts have said turnout in Milwaukee could really be the thing that decides the outcome in that state. So let's join coverage now from WTMJ.
That goes around at least this far corner of the building here, but I'll tell you, exceptionally fast. In just the hour or so that we've been here, the line has dwindled from 45 minutes to 30 minutes to now just 20 minutes. People are telling me that this has been actually the shortest it's been all day. Election officials say that there were some people who waited in line for 2 hours. Not so anymore. This is one of 2 consolidated locations in Greenfield. The other polling site is at Whitnall High School. We don't know how many people have been through so far, but officials say there's been about 15,000 absentee and early votes counted. That's out of 23,000 registered voters here, and they've been working really hard all day. Things have been going smoothly. They tell me they added more check-in sites because of how many people have come through. The great thing I want to point out here is there is a food truck. It's free. They've been handing out free pizza and free hot dogs to voters in line here. One important thing to note is that if you are voting in Greenfield and you are in line by 8 o'clock, you will still be able to vote. So now I'm going to send it over to my coworker Lauren. She's in Racine. Lauren.
Stephanie, we're here in Racine, as you said, at Knapp Elementary School. It's the largest polling spot in the city of Racine that serves 4 wards in the city. And there's been a steady stream of voters coming through here all day. The mayor actually has told me that there's been a steady stream of voters coming through all the polling locations all day, but especially here at Knapp Elementary. At one point, we saw the line going all the way down to that gray van over there. And we do know that from the point where I am standing, there was a time when we talked to voters who said when they got to the line, and it was in this corner exactly, that it took them about 45 minutes to get through. So when it was all the way down there, it probably took them about an hour or so to get through. Election officials tell me that part of the holdup has been that they've seen a lot of new voter registrations here today in the city, especially at this site. And so obviously that takes a little bit more time to register and to fill out all the information to get through the line, and then holds up the other people who have registered already. One thing, though, that's obviously we'll be looking for in Racine County is that this is in the county, not the city, the results here in each of the past have been the same for the last 7 presidential elections, have favored the winners going back to 1992. So when those numbers come in, that will be what everybody's looking for.
That is why you hear that the area of Milwaukee, it is critical not only for Wisconsin, but maybe the race as a whole. Wisconsin shutting the doors by 9 p.m. Eastern. Again, people who were in line, they get to come. And don't forget, Milwaukee and the rest of Wisconsin, they have to stop accepting new ballots pretty much tonight. Remember, they were going to extend it for something like 3 days. Not anymore. So as we get those results coming in, we'll let you know. How nice is it, by the way, to get free food when you're waiting to cast your ballot? A good deed on both sides. All right. Also, do want to update you on this electoral breakdown right now. We have Joe Biden 85 electoral votes at this moment, with just about 15 minutes before the top of the hour. And then we have President Donald Trump with 61 at this moment. The goal, 270. So we have a bit to go. And right after this, in just a bit, what we see is kind of the beating heart of our mission here at Newsy as well. People, not pundits. Speaking with someone who's casting their vote and the really personal issues that affected the country, but also them at their own home. Next. Join us for a Newsy special report, the latest on what doctors are saying, an update on the quest for a vaccine, and what we have learned about how the virus impacts our bodies. COVID, what we know now. Now streaming.
We're working hard to get you the news you need.
We dig a little deeper on the stories of the day.
That's why we're here.
To help start making sense of it all.
Newsy's 2020 election coverage sponsored by CuriosityStream.
I don't think Bert has ever fit in. To Bert, what is out the window is always more important than what is going on inside. He lives in a horde of his own personal peculiarities.
See what the buzz is all about on CuriosityStream.
Bert is an icon. His image speaks as language.
Things always sort of fell in place. Bert's Buzz on CuriosityStream.
In today's uncertain world, anything we touch can be covered with dirt and germs. And we touch everything. Introducing Copperfit Guardwell Hand Protector, an ultra-lightweight, full-fingered compression glove designed to put a layer between your skin and the dirt and germs you touch every day. Copper-infused compression that fits like a second skin and reduces odor-causing bacteria. Our most advanced compression fabric, infused with the powerful properties of copper, woven into an ultra-lightweight glove for all-day compression comfort. Sure Grip silicone bands in the palm and fingers help provide a strong, non-slip grip for more power, control, and agility. Washable and reusable, so you are never without peace of mind. Copperfit Guardwell Hand Protector is a breathable, moisture-wicking fabric to keep your hands cool, comfortable, and dry all day. Copperfit Guardwell Hand Protector puts a layer between you and the dirt you can see and the germs you can't. Built-in touchscreen smart technology fingertips for full functionality on your devices. Copper-infused compression that fits like a second skin and reduces odor-causing bacteria. The new full-finger, ultra-lightweight compression glove from Copperfit. Full range motion that fits like a second skin. Sure Grip silicone bands. Smart touchscreen technology. Washable and reusable, and copper infused to reduce odor-causing bacteria. Guaranteed for your money back. Rubber gloves just don't compare. Call and get your Copperfit Guardwell Hand Protector right now. Order online at guardwellgloves.com or call 1-800-210-5469. Copperfit Guardwell Hand Protector gloves are in stock now for immediate delivery. We know these are difficult times, so order right now. Ask for the original by name, Copperfit Guardwell Hand Protector.
Less than a quarter to the top of the hour here on Newsy 2020, and this is a live look at the White House tonight. You know, I was outside just before we came on the air tonight, and not too far from the White House, they've erected a really, really tall wall. But outside of that, there are blocks and blocks of people. I put some images and videos on Twitter, some in support of the president, some going against him, others calling for peace, saying just because you disagree, you don't have to hate each other, which is a good message for all of America tonight as we watch and wait to see what happens. But as of right now, here's the breakdown. 85 electoral votes are in the column of Joe Biden. 61 votes right now are in the column of President Trump. But here's the interesting part. Florida, the swing state, the one that had a lot of early voting and then big turnout today, 81% of the precincts are now reporting. And President Trump, he has pulled ahead again just a bit, but it's almost by 3 points. 50.9% to Joe Biden's 48.2%. The margin right now looks to be about 3,000 votes. Coming out of the White House, by the way, tonight is a message from the president on Twitter. He said, we are looking really good all over the country. And Joe Biden, he's also tweeting saying, stay in line, folks. Apparently, he's telling people, if you are in line, stay, because they will count your vote, even if they're closed at that time. All right, let's get you a Senate update tonight. About a mile down the road from the White House, the U.S. Senate, that's up in the air, but this seat wasn't. Tom Cotton, he wins. He's an incumbent, and he re-won his seat in the state of Arkansas. Tom Cotton again re-winning his seat. Tonight, we are with you every step of the way throughout the country. We have our local reporters in 60 different stations. We have our national reporters following the campaigns. And we also have real people with real issues who are following tonight. Okay, unlike anywhere else, we're turning to voters. We do this thing, it's called people, not pundits, that we truly believe in. We're checking in with people who hold the power, will determine the outcome. Because in our own personal lives, we may not always feel powerful, and we may feel that we're at the forces nationally, but that's not always true. Tonight, joining us is Patricia Mendoza from California. Patricia, she was a medical transport worker who lost her job because of COVID-19. Patricia, it's good to see you again. You know, I'm just curious, first of all, about your current status, because the last time we talked, you know, you had lost your job. You were facing eviction and hoping to get help, and now casting a ballot. Just wanted to know how you're doing.
We're doing okay. I have my little son here. We're doing okay. It's been hard. Still, I'm being harassed. They really want everybody out of here by the end of November. And it's hard for me because there's nowhere I can go. If I can't pay rent here, how can I pay rent somewhere else? So, or a deposit, let alone. So it's been a struggle.
I've seen some policy propositions out there saying maybe we could have a program for renters and landlords, because landlords, many of them, you know, they aren't these multinational companies. They also have to pay their mortgages that they owe on. And I'm wondering, I see your son behind you, and clearly this is something you care about. And I think all of us who are parents, we think, what would I do in a situation where myself and my children needed a place to stay? You know, and it's a big issue. It's personal for all of us. What changes are you advocating for?
I'm advocating for a lot. You know, it's not that I don't want to pay the rent. I mean, I've gone into program. I'm not trying not to pay. I know that she needs to pay her bills too, but there needs to be help. There needs to be more help. Like I said, and many of you know, I'm a single mother. It's really hard. You know, it's some of my neighbors are two-head household. It's really hard. We're just advocating. You know, we don't want to be heard anymore. We want action. You know, there has to be help. It's just really hard.
Can I ask you, Patricia? Can I ask you, would that make you an economic voter? Whoever you think is going to best increase the economy, a rising tide lifts all boats, I will have a better job, I can provide for my family? Or are you thinking, you know, more short term, like in the next 3 months, whoever wins, I want them to help me stay in my apartment? What wins out?
You know what? Either way, it'll be a win-win. You know, if they help me stay, then we stay. If they help me get a better job, then maybe I can even find, or a higher wage paying job, I can find somewhere else to live. So either way, it's a win-win, but we need actions. You know, we need them to know that we're hardworking class people. You know, like I said, I've never missed a rent payment, never made, you know, not paid my rent. This has been a struggle, not only for me. You know, there's a lot of Patricias out there, you know, struggling right now. And since I've been with ACE, I've met so many that are struggling just like me, and so many other people. Some of them are two-head households that totally lost their job and they don't know what to do. We've been living off of food donations. It's been really hard. You know, we just want action. Yeah. We just want people to know also that they're not alone, you know, that there is help. We need to organize. And this is why I bring this here tonight. You know, if anybody is going through an eviction like I am, please know you're not alone. There is help. We will help you, you know, and I say we because I'm part of ACE now. I'm ACE. You know, and all you need to do is text organize to 79606 and somebody will help you here in the state of California. There is help, you know. We never want to tell our kids they're going to be homeless.
Patricia, when we met, you were not an organizer, you know. You, as you said, there are lots of Patricias out there, and I understand that this has probably catapulted you into something, out of desperation, saying, I have to take the bull by the horns. But you are right. There are millions of Patricias out there right now who don't know if they're going to be able to pay the rent. They aren't alone numerically, but also not alone in that just knowing people care. We care, and we're glad that we were able to share your story yet again tonight. Patricia Mendoza in Imperial Beach, California. Patricia, the very, very best to you and your son and your whole family. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Again, tonight you can see pundits somewhere else. On Newsy, you can see people, our real voters with real issues, the Patricias out there, and reporters covering the facts without opinion. That's what we care most about. All right, I want to give you a live look right now at the White House tonight in Newsy 2020 special coverage as we roll on this evening. The Electoral College breakdown right now hasn't budged that much. Actually, I'm looking at my screen right here, budged a bit. Joe Biden with 85 electoral votes at this moment, and the AP says President Donald Trump now has 72 electoral votes. Keep in mind, those things can jump or fall very quickly with a big state, and a swing state, Florida, is doing its thing right now. It is swinging all over the place. President Trump ahead right now with almost 3 points. That's 300,000 votes accounted for right now. But again, not all of the votes have been tallied just yet. So, be a little hesitant before calling it, but we can confidently make this call based on the AP right now. President Trump has won Indiana. It was a safe vote last time for him 4 years ago, and it's safe yet again with 11 electoral votes. Don't forget that Vice President Mike Pence, well known. He was in talk radio, then in the House, then governor, and President Trump and his running mate, Vice President Mike Pence, win that again. Also, do want to let you know, Pennsylvania, we have 7% reporting at this time. It's very early. Joe Biden with 77% to President Trump's 20%, I believe is how it's breaking down right now. But there's just 483,000 votes in right now. So there's still a lot to tally, and there are 3 days left. If they keep receiving ballots for the next 3 days and it's not decisive already, that state probably won't be called for quite some time. And then finally, also, want to let you know, Michigan, 5% reporting right now. President Trump, he's ahead in Michigan with that percentage reporting, 57% to Joe Biden's 41%. So as those roll in, we'll keep you posted. But right now, let's go to Patrick Terpstra. He's tracking some of the issues that voters have faced across the country. We should say, from our Washington newsroom here tonight, Patrick, you've been having your feelers out all over the place. In most places, they're doing pretty okay. But something popped up earlier today that made everyone's antenna pop right out, and that's robocalls.
Yeah, there were many states that came out and said that people were getting these robocalls telling them to stay home and stay safe. Well, now we can tell you that our Sasha Ingber just got off the telephone, or a Zoom call, I should say, with the Michigan Secretary of State, who says she doesn't think that these calls had a huge impact, if any, because voters were educated and they knew that they were to go vote today. So perhaps some good news there. Still, though, we do know that Michigan, as well as New York and the FBI, are all investigating what might have been behind these robocalls. As many as 10 million may have gone out in the past few weeks telling people to stay home.
Lord almighty, 10 million. And they just came to everyone's attention, but I'm glad they caught it. That's important. Patrick Terpstra in our newsroom tonight. Patrick, I know you're staying on this throughout the night. We appreciate it. All right, we have more from our local reporting partners tonight, 40 different stations, and also from our reporters stationed throughout the country this evening, including in Texas and Delaware, everywhere. And also, by the way, right after this, someone special is joining us. My partner tonight, Alex Livingston from our morning show, Morning Rush. She's here right after this.
From the newsworthy to the binge-worthy, I want to share everything with you. We're going to talk about all the stories making headlines around the world, and of course, the ones you're talking about with your friends too. So join me every morning at 7 o'clock right here on Newsy.
We take a step away from the noise and spam to really hear the stories that need to be told. Newsy cuts through.
Newsy's 2020 election coverage sponsored by CuriosityStream.
Did you know that despite growing out of dirt in the ground, mushrooms are more closely related to animals than they are to plants? Learn more in The Kingdom, How Fungi Made Our World on CuriosityStream. CuriosityStream is the streaming video service full of thousands of documentary films and TV shows about nature, science, history, travel, the world's most fascinating people, and pretty much anything else you want to learn about. Spark your curiosity on any device that can stream video. Learn more and sign up today at curiositystream.com.
Sports fans are gearing up at Fanatics.com, the world's largest collection of officially licensed fan gear. From all the leagues, teams, and players you love. Shop now and get today's special offer. Fanatics.com, officially licensed everything.
At Trade, we're not here to sell you the perfect morning. We're just here to deliver great coffee from great roasters. You tell us your taste, and we'll carefully select a bag to deliver fresh to your door. Get matched at drinktrade.com.
I wish I could try these glasses on first.
Here, step into the future where everything is possible. Welcome. Here you can try on Warby Parker glasses using only your phone.
Really? Wow, I like it here.
And I like these. You can stay, but I'll need my phone. Okay. Just shop prescription glasses starting at $95 and virtually try them on in the Warby Parker app.
Mom, thank God you're going to be okay.
So relieved. But you both should know when my time comes, I have a final expense policy with Senior Care USA.
Is Senior Care USA the life insurance policy that helps loved ones pay for funeral expenses and other debts? Bill and I called to get more information.
Yes, and there's an immediate payout of up to $50,000.
If you're over 50, call Senior Care USA now to learn more about final expense insurance plans.
There's no medical exam, even if you have a pre-existing condition like I do. When I called, the quote was free, and there was no pressure.
I found out that policies start for as little as 35 cents a day. Rates will never increase and coverage won't decrease.
I'm going to call today.
Ask about the free prescription discount card. Oh, so glad you'll be taken care of.
Call 1-800-930-2832. That's 1-800-930-2832.
It's 9 o'clock in the east, 6 in Arizona, where polls are closing. From early voting to voting today, record-breaking turnout, and some problems in places like Flint, where voters got robocalls falsely telling them to vote tomorrow. Now on Newsy, reporters across more than 40 cities tracking the tallies in real time and whether Democrats will flip control of the Senate. You won't see partisan spin here, just factual, accurate reporting you can trust.
I think you'll know possibly tonight, depending on the extent of a victory. I think you could know tonight.
Kids between the ages of 18 and 13ers, 18 and 30 are turning out in big numbers. That's going to be a big deal. And by the way, you guys don't understand, 54% of the votes so far is women. I tell you what.
This is Newsy's live special coverage of the 2020 presidential election. Good evening. It's the big night. Our live studio in Washington here. I'm Chance Seals. You're watching Newsy's special coverage of the 2020 election. And in moments, we're going to take you around the country with our correspondents coast to coast. I am not alone, though, tonight in walking you through all these big moments. Morning Rush host, Alex Livingston. With me now from Studio A in Chicago. Hey, Alex, I think you're like 10 hours early for your morning shift.
Oh, my goodness. And it feels like it. It feels like a chance. I am so excited. This is such an exciting night for us. I have a lot of journalist friends on Twitter talking about how election night is like the Super Bowl for us. So I'm just hoping there's some chips and dip involved, maybe some wings here and there. Hey. I don't know. We'll see. How are you doing
drinks
today?
till later.
Only wings.
I'm doing good, and these polls are changing quickly. You know, I'm on my best like 24. I feel like I'm on the show 24, surrounded by equipment. But the polls are rolling in, so I know you have a check of that, right?
Yes, polls are now closed in a batch of states across the country, so we should start seeing results any moment from several key swing states. That includes Texas, where all polls are now closed. 38 electoral votes are up for grabs there, and for the first time, they're actually in play. Also in Arizona.
Alex, you noted polls, they were closing in Arizona, right? The crucial state, it has electoral votes, 11 electoral votes. And we do have a sister station, KNXV, in Phoenix, which we're going to listen to in just a bit. But Alex, it's funny how on these nights, you know, there's not a lot of big surprises, and then suddenly there's a rush of all of them. And I'm looking at the breakdown right now of the electoral votes, and the AP is now putting 119 in Biden's column. I know you're seeing it in real time also, and 92 in President Trump's column. But some of those biggies, you know, Florida, that's right on the border right now.
Definitely. And I've seen it all on Twitter kind of unfolding. I see, you know, the roller coaster of emotions from a lot of people out there, not really knowing when to even think that that your candidate that you want to win is up right now. So it's kind of been a whirlwind of a night so far as that goes.
You know, we do want to let people know that South Carolina, that's already in President Trump's column. Alabama, that's already in President Trump's column. But we are watching the South right now. Alex, you and I were talking about this yesterday as we were talking about this show, that the South is getting so much attention this year. Not only Florida this year, but also Georgia, also North Carolina, that they have, you know, shifting, I guess, ideologies prevailing, but also demographics. And it's made this a really interesting year.
Definitely. I have some friends that are in Jacksonville. That was my last market that I worked in. And they were just telling me about the influx of younger voters there and how that's been kind of the trend that they're seeing. So I find it pretty interesting, you know, as we kind of take a look across the country with our 60 stations that we're able to tap into and just talking about just the different groups of people that are out voting and in large numbers. We've been talking about the record voting for a couple weeks now.
Yeah, I think you and I, we've had similar experiences. You're in Jacksonville. I used to be down in Fort Myers. But if we could just go right east for a moment here, staying in Florida, let's go to West Palm Beach right now. WPTV, one of our local sister stations, and let's listen to how they're covering this tonight.
The tabulation is going on here at the tabulation center, the counting of the votes here in Riviera Beach. These election workers have been busy for a couple of hours now, counting the mail-in ballots that continue to be brought into this center. The voting at the polls is all being done electronically from the polls, and so far that's going pretty smoothly. About 40% of that vote is already counted here. The last count we had about 350 out of 872 precincts. But it is the mail-in ballots that really have everybody busy here. The supervisor of elections says when all is said and done, they will count more mail-in ballots than any other form of voting here in Palm Beach County. They are still waiting for shipments of ballots to come in from the 4 election offices and the post office. As for the equipment, the new equipment that Palm Beach County has and is employing this year, the supervisor says it's all performing well. There was a few minor glitches early on in the process, but for the most part, all is going well. And there have been no reports of voter intimidation at the polls today. The supervisor commending all the campaigns and everybody who are out there voting at the polls for being well behaved and getting along with each other. We don't know how long this night is going to go for the vote here in Palm Beach County. Again, the voting from the polls going pretty smoothly, but we are still waiting for those mail-in ballots to be here, to be delivered. They have to be processed by these workers and then inserted through the tabulation machines. That could take still at least a couple hours before we ever get any kind of idea of a final count here in Palm Beach County.
It's a good reminder right there, Alex, because, you know, in Florida, they counted a lot of the early votes, but some of the early votes are still coming in right now. But I'll say that I'm so pleased to hear him say that voter intimidation, they didn't find that anywhere. You know, so many people had fears going into today, but it seems a lot of places are more peaceful. That's a great thing.
Definitely going to keep our eye on that for, you know, Florida and across the country as well. Now, we've been talking a lot about Ohio, Chance, and how that is such a huge state for the election this year. So we're going to check in with one of our sister stations, WCPO in Cincinnati.
Well, more than 100 million people casted their ballots before today, including 3.4 million here in Ohio. And the Secretary of State expects a record turnout this year. Frank LaRose updated us this afternoon on how voting is going. He explained that Franklin County did have issues with their electronic polls, some, but they were prepared for it. There have also been reports of robocalls in Akron telling people to vote tomorrow because lines are long. Voting does end tonight at 7:30. Now, somebody also drove into the Miami Board of Elections building, but everyone was okay, and the driver still was able to vote. LaRose had this reminder about being patient with results tonight.
So tonight you're going to get a snapshot in time, but the final number will come weeks later. Again, when the numbers change between the unofficial report on election night and the final certified tally that comes a few weeks later, that's not a sign of something nefarious.
LaRose has faced criticism this year for limiting the amount of ballot drop boxes in Ohio counties, but he's confident everyone's vote will be counted fairly and quickly.
All right, Chance. Well, that, again, is something that we're going to be keeping a close eye on. I know our reporters on the ground, our Newsy reporters, are taking a look at that, too, just making sure that, you know, those issues that maybe some polling locations are seeing, and kind of pinpointing where those places are for us.
Yeah, in Ohio, that's an interesting one because, you know, a lot of people thought that was going to be a solid President Trump. Again, he was going to be able to clear it out. And then suddenly Biden was going there last minute. They saw it as a potential pickup. So I guess we're going to see how that turns out. Do want to let you know that we're also keeping a close eye on Florida because 90% now reporting, and it's trending in the direction of President Trump right now, according to the AP. Again, a close eye. Alex Livingston, I'm so glad you're here.
I'm happy to be
here.
here.
Together tonight. All right. All right. I have my coffee out there, and I think you have your jug sitting right next to you, and we can chug it right now. Let's take a quick commercial break, and then more Newsy 2020 right after this. We have our two 2020 campaign reporters with us on the Biden campaign and Trump campaign, Alex Miller, Willie James Inman. What are those campaigns making of these early decisions that are coming out so far and some of the tallies that are shaping up? It's next.
Up on the news needs to work with your schedule, and Newsy has you covered. Download our streaming app for Roku and Amazon Fire TV to get up to speed with the biggest stories of the day. Newsy, be informed, not influenced.
Newsy just gives you the facts. For when you just want to sit down and get caught up with what's actually happening.
Be informed, not influenced.
Newsy's 2020 election coverage sponsored by CuriosityStream.
Did you know that despite growing out of dirt in the ground, mushrooms are more closely related to animals than they are to plants? Learn more in The Kingdom, How Fungi Made Our World on CuriosityStream. CuriosityStream is the streaming video service full of thousands of documentary films and TV shows about nature, science, history, travel, the world's most fascinating people, and pretty much anything else you want to learn about. Spark your curiosity on any device that can stream video. Learn more and sign up today at curiositystream.com.
We're here in Sunny Ocean Park with the latest craze. It's Snackies!
Snackies is the all-in-one, go-anywhere snacking solution that's sweeping the nation. Now you can have your drink and your favorite snack all in one hand. Snackies really is the ultimate snacking solution. Now you can have your favorite drink and the snacks you love all in one cup. Snack easy with Snackies. Sealed lid keeps snacks fresh and clean. And with its unique design, spills are a thing of the past. Those chip bowl disasters? Never again. Kids mess in the car? With Snackies, it's clean and easy. Perfectly sealed so no more mess. No dirt, no bugs, and no more sharing the chip bowl with Grossy Gross. It's breakfast on the go. Kids gaming can be a disaster. Snackies controls the mess.
I love it.
Party in a cup. Dishwasher safe with a lifetime guarantee. Perfect after a workout, at the game, after practice, even on the road. Snackies go everywhere. Kids love it, guys love it, and moms love it because there's less mess. Holds a full 16 ounces and a whole bag of chips. Make it healthy with fruit and a protein shake. How about nuggets and fries and your drink all in one hand?
Snackies!
It's taking the world by storm. You can get yours at GetSnackies.com for $14.99 plus $4.99 processing and handling in any of these cool colors. But wait, we'll also include a second Snackies absolutely free. So that's two for $14.99 plus $4.99 processing and handling.
I'm getting 4. Done.
I want one.
Absolutely everyone loves
Snackies!
Must be 18 years or older to call. Here's how to order.
To order Snackies for $14.99 plus $4.99 processing and handling, you can call 1-800-373-6220. That's 1-800-373-6220. Or you can go online at GetSnackies.com. That's GetSnackies.com. You can call or click today.
Like what you're seeing from Newsy? Maybe you have a suggestion. Well, we want to hear from you. You can get in touch with us at feedback@newsy.com anytime. Newsy, be informed, not influenced.
We're working hard to get you the news you need.
We dig a little deeper on the stories of the day.
That's why we're here.
To help start making sense of it all.
Newsy's 2020 election coverage sponsored by CuriosityStream.
Did you know that despite growing out of dirt in the ground, mushrooms are more closely related to animals than they are to plants? Learn more in The Kingdom, How Fungi Made Our World on CuriosityStream. Curiosity Stream is the streaming video service full of thousands of documentary films and TV shows about nature, science, history, travel, the world's most fascinating people, and pretty much anything else you want to learn about. Spark your curiosity on any device that can stream video. Learn more and sign up today at curiositystream.com.
Let's be honest. Some pain in life can be easily avoided. Like the pain Americans get from overpaying on car insurance by $21 billion. Use the Zebra. It compares top providers and can save you hundreds of dollars. Avoid the pain. Compare for free at the Zebra.
This is cellulose acetate, a plant-based material that's not only extremely durable, but also quite flexible, making it ideal for Warby Parker glasses, which, by the way, start at $95, including prescription lenses. Try 5 pairs for free at warbyparker.com. Oh yeah, about those prescription lenses. Warby Parker glasses come standard with custom-cut polycarbonate lenses that have been treated with scratch-resistant and anti-reflective coatings. Nice. Try 5 pairs for free at warbyparker.com.
You can't put a price on connection, so we didn't. With Text Now, you get a real phone number with unlimited nationwide calls and texts for $0 a month. Download Text Now for free today.
Mom, thank God you're going to be okay.
So relieved. But you both should know when my time comes, I have a final expense policy with Senior Care USA.
Is Senior Care USA the life insurance policy that helps loved ones pay for funeral expenses and other deaths? Bill and I called to get more information.
Yes, and there's an immediate payout of up to $50,000.
If you're over 50, call Senior Care USA now to learn more about final expense insurance plans.
There's no medical exam, even if you have a pre-existing condition like I do. When I called, the quote was free, and there was no pressure.
I found out that policies start for as little as 35 cents a day. Rates will never increase and coverage won't decrease.
I'm going to call today.
Ask about the free prescription discount card. Oh, so glad you'll be taken care of.
Call 1-800-930-2832. That's 1-800-930-2832.
It is 9:15 p.m. Eastern here on the East Coast, and I'm Chance Seals in Washington with Newsy 2020 special coverage. It's election night. Let's get to our campaign reporters tonight. Willie James Inman and Alex Miller have been following these campaigns, these candidates for a whole long time, and Willie's here tonight in Washington near the White House where the president is. Alex is outside the Biden HQ in Wilmington, Delaware. Willie, if I could go to you first. Florida has been a really giant question mark, and I'm looking at the latest numbers here from the AP. Florida, 90% of the votes counted right now, and President Donald Trump has 51%, and that is to Joe Biden's almost 48%. That's a 3-point spread. President Trump only won this state by 1 point before. You know, we don't want to be presumptuous, but are they feeling good internally?
Well, look, they certainly are. I think Tim Murtaugh was tweeting about this recently. This is a state that the president really needs in his column to be successful and win another 4 years in the White House. They say, the campaign rather says that they're confident about their chances tonight. They claim that they have pathways to 270 electoral college votes. And I've recently spent time in Florida, in the Miami area, and down in the Miami area, the Cuban American vote is really key to President Trump's electoral chances there. He typically does better with Cuban Americans and Hispanics in Florida overall when you compare them to other states like Arizona, Texas, and others. So they clearly think they have a roadmap to win there in Florida, and that really relies on Hispanic voters and also senior voters. But this time around, Chance, senior voters specifically have been trending more towards Joe Biden, and largely because of the president's response to COVID-19.
How about another sector of voters, Alex Miller? I'm wondering because, you know, you talked about the white working class in the last election. Many people said there were these forgotten voters. In places like Ohio, you know, the Rust Belt, they were, you know, they were the stereotype of, like, why this went to President Trump. I'm looking at the numbers here. Hillary Clinton got 44% in Ohio. Donald Trump got 52%. But as we look at the polls rolling in right now, and there's only 62% reporting through AP, but Joe Biden has 51% and President Trump has 47%. That's a little different than people thought it would be even a month ago.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, it's not something that the Biden campaign spent a lot of time on. They sent surrogates to the state, but it wasn't as highly publicized as some states like Florida, for instance. But I spoke with Senator Sherrod Brown today, and I've been speaking with him periodically, especially throughout the coronavirus, about Biden's campaign. And he's been confident that if the Biden campaign put in the work, that they would be able to take Ohio, rather. He said to me earlier today that that Biden is the perfect fit for Ohio because he is from Scranton, and he said basically Scranton could be any town in Ohio. He's a candidate for the working person. And he said that the campaign originally did not take Ohio seriously because President Trump won it by such a big margin. But then 2 years after that election, Senator Brown, a very progressive Democrat, was able to win the state by 7 points. And he said that, basically after a lot of talking to the campaign, he was able to remind them, that this was really a possibility. And he said that they started seeing, his word, that the President Trump is phony. And so after that, he felt like they really started to make an effort. He felt like they've made a lot of an effort in the last few days and weeks, enough to take this state home.
Willie, winning Florida for the Trump campaign, which you cover day in and day out, it's not that gets them to 270. It's that it makes sure that the campaign isn't over for them, right? After that, let's say they win Florida. What are the next steps they're looking at as far as states go?
Well, they're looking to repeat that 2016 map, Chance, and that really starts, not only in the South with states like Florida and North Carolina, but it starts with states like Michigan and Wisconsin and Pennsylvania. But Pennsylvania, that state, is very unclear as to when we will know the result because ballots have been started this morning, of course, and some mail-in ballots won't be started to be counted until tomorrow. So we may not know the outcome of that state specifically, but I think Florida and then North Carolina, and then we perhaps are looking at Michigan and Wisconsin for tonight, Chance. And Ohio, as Alex mentioned, is important for Joe Biden, but it's very key to President Trump's chances of getting it for another 4 years in the White House.
The map is starting to shape up. We'll see how it looks an hour from now. Alex Miller in Delaware, Willie James Inman in Washington, but we will see you before the hour is through. Thank you both. Talk to you soon. All right, Alex Livingston, my partner tonight in Chicago now, joins us. Hey, Alex.
Hey, Chance. Thank you so much. Well, joining us right now from Washington is Greg Walters. He's a political reporter for Vice News. Greg, thank you so much for being here tonight. Now, what exactly are you seeing so far? I mean, this is going to be a potentially long night. There's a tight race in Florida. So what exactly are you watching?
Well, thanks for having me. The races that I'm watching right now are North Carolina and Ohio, and also Texas. Nobody was really thinking that hard about Ohio, at least not the people that I was talking to. But for the moment, right now, it's looking a lot better for Biden than a lot of people were expecting. So that is a really close race to watch. If Biden can carry Ohio, if Biden can carry North Carolina or Texas, it's more or less game over for Trump. His pathway narrows down to a pencil-thin line that he's got to walk on to secure victory.
Now, the votes are coming in pretty slowly in Pennsylvania. Biden is ahead. What are you expecting coming up tonight?
Well, Pennsylvania might take a while. Pennsylvania was one of the states where they're not really allowed to start counting those early ballots until Election Day. So Pennsylvania is one of the states that could be late in letting us know what really happened there. So if the race comes down to Pennsylvania, it could be a while before we really know what happened.
Now let's touch on the balance of the Senate. Obviously, we're paying a lot of attention to it, especially right now. So, Greg, what are you thinking as far as that goes, what we can expect?
Well, we just learned some races, I believe it was Fox News, I'm not sure who else, have called Colorado for the Democrat Hickenlooper in the Senate. So that's picking up one seat. Cory Gardner has lost his reelection campaign. So early still in the night, but it's looking, there's one win for the Democrats. Certainly Democrats are really hoping they can take the Senate because it will be much easier to get anything done in a Biden presidency if they can also hold the Senate. But it's still pretty early in a bunch of those races.
All right, Greg Walters with Vice News. Thank you so much for joining us tonight.
Thank you.
All right, well, Democrats are not only eyeing the White House, they want Congress too. Republicans held a majority going into the night, but that's in jeopardy. Newsy Congressional reporter Nathaniel Reed is at the Capitol tonight. Nate, what races are you following the closest right now?
Well, there was one that we actually just heard. Madison Cawthorn in North Carolina's 11th congressional district. He ran for the seat that was opened up by Mark Meadows leaving Congress to become President Donald Trump's chief of staff. He has an interesting past. He previously has posted selfies on Instagram outside of Hitler's bunker in Germany. So he's certainly a controversial candidate. He is actually doubly paralyzed from the waist down. Sits in a wheelchair, so he'll be taking that seat. What's interesting was the fact that he won the primary in that race in the first place, the Republican primary. Mark Meadows and President Trump had both supported another candidate who had run against him. He said that he is still an unabashed supporter of President Trump, but at the same time, he did win election there. He also has come under fire for posting things that were called questionably racist to his website, speaking about how Americans, certain people on the left might be out to ruin white men, something like that. And additionally, I want to talk a little bit about the Senate races that we're looking at right now. In terms of the Senate, it's a lot of nothing new. It's a lot of re-elections that we're looking at. Ben Sasse winning re-election to the U.S. Senate in Nebraska. He's, of course, someone who's spoken out against the president in the past. Of course, Nebraska has an interesting electoral system where 2 of their electoral college votes are separated by district. There's a 1st congressional district and a 2nd congressional district. In the state of South Dakota, Mike Rounds has won re-election, another Republican senator. Interestingly enough, in the state of Wyoming, Liz Cheney, she is a representative. She's the daughter of the former Vice President Dick Cheney. She has won re-election to her seat in the state of Wyoming. She is the chairwoman of the Republican Conference who has previously spoken out against President Trump. That's caused her to come under fire with some of the Republican minority in the House of Representatives. So that's interesting that she is headed back to Congress. Also in that state, the Mike Enzi, the senator from that state, was retiring from the Senate, and now he will be replaced by Cynthia Loomis. She is a Republican, so that's a Republican hold for them. Otherwise, it's pretty much exactly what you'd expect. Tom Cotton won re-election in Arkansas. That's a seat that was once held by Democrats as recently as 6 years ago, and they actually didn't even run anyone this time around. So it's a lot of the same, not a lot of new races that we're looking at, but at this point, it's still just a lot of calling races that we already knew. We had a feeling of who would win.
Right. No surprises there. Congressional reporter Nathaniel Reed, thank you so much. We'll see you in just a bit. Well, one thing that you'll only see on Newsy is our coast-to-coast check-in with our local stations across the country. We have teams spread out across 40 markets. Let's check in with KNXV in Phoenix Live.
Close to closing time, and again, if you were in line by that 7 o'clock cutoff, then you will be allowed to vote. So as we take a look at the Biden headquarters right now, the flag is flying, and Team Biden waiting, much like Team Trump is waiting right now to see what happens all across the country. Our Liliana Soto has been at a polling location in Tolleson. Want to check in with her now and see how it's going there. Liliana?
Just started?
The tabulation center.
Oh, that Nicole. I thought it was the other Nicole.
Greg?
See you a lot.
Race, psychology, technology, reality. Video games are changing the world in ways you may not realize. Newsy presents Next Level, now streaming.
We're working hard to get you the news you need.
We dig a little deeper on the stories of the day.
That's why we're here.
To help start making sense of it all.
Newsy's 2020 election coverage sponsored by CuriosityStream.
For the first time ever, we can track an individual bird over its entire migration journey.
Come fly with us and find out how and why birds are so important to humanity.
I study the impacts that humans have on birds. Our goal is to help identify the risks of development to bird populations. You play with nature, pull one piece out, maybe that's a pivotal piece.
The Messenger on CuriosityStream.
Experian Boost has helped millions of people. How can it help you?
Whoa! 46 points!
I just boosted 15 points with Experian Boost.
This is incredible.
Boost your credit scores instantly, free, only at Experian.com/boost.
Jim and Joanne are here to pick up the same prescription. They both know the system is not on their side. They both know drug costs are out of control. But one of them is taking back control with GoodRx. So while he's paying that much, even with his insurance, she's paying this much just by using GoodRx. Use GoodRx to compare prices at pharmacies in your area and stop paying too much for your prescriptions. Download the free app today and take back control.
Introducing officially licensed team face coverings by Fanatics. From all the leagues, teams, and colleges you love. Shop now and get today's special offer. Fanatics.com. Officially licensed everything.
I'm not ready to lose my hair. Not now. But I never thought there was a real solution. Now I use Keeps, the easiest way to keep my hair. And I can get my treatment without leaving the couch. Go to Keeps.com to learn more.
DealDash.com, the fair and honest bidding site. An iPad was sold for less than $24, a PlayStation for less than $16, and a 4K television for less than $2. Go to DealDash.com right now and see how much you can save. Remember, shipping is always free.
Why do I have life insurance? Because I want to make sure that these kids are always taken care of. My life insurance policy with Jenny Life gives me peace of mind. For $1 a day, I've got up to $500,000 in coverage. Visit JennyLife.com to get a policy in minutes.
At Trade, we're not here to sell you the perfect morning. We're just here to deliver great coffee from great roasters. That's why we've curated over 400 coffees from the best roasters across the country. Try a new roast as often as you like. Get matched at drinktrade.com.
This is Newsy 2020. I'm Chance Seals in Washington. That is a live look at the halls of Washington right now in the U.S. Capitol. But that's being decided as we speak as far as the U.S. Senate. It looks like the House is not only safe for Democrats, but they'll probably pick up a few seats. Now, what is up in the air is the Electoral College vote. And let me get you the very latest. Joe Biden, now according to AP, has 122. So he's still about 148 shy of the 270 he would need. And President Donald Trump, he has 92. Something I would point out, though, I was just looking up the AP numbers in Georgia and in Florida. Two states in the South both have a large electoral vote. And right now, President Trump, with 63% reporting in Texas, in Texas, and in Georgia, about 60% reporting as well. President Trump is faring better in Georgia. In Texas, Joe Biden, to be clear, he's ahead by half a percentage point. So I said up in the air. That means up in the air. We do know in the last few minutes, though, just so you know, that Joe Biden won the safe state of New York, and he also won the District of Columbia, Washington, D.C., right here. So let's continue with what we've been doing throughout the night. We're checking in with our national reporters with the campaigns, but also our sister stations across the country, like in the pivotal state, Wisconsin. A black voter tells WTMJ why he voted for President Trump.
A big conversation in the 2016 election was just about turnout. In Wisconsin, President Trump won by about 23,000 votes. A big thing that was talked about was the African-American turnout. It was about 55%, and the Democrats are looking to get a little bit more. But tonight, we have an African-American voter from Milwaukee. We have Jamiroquai Kittler here. You're somebody who is a minority of the minority. You're a minority voter being a black man and also supporting the Republicans right now. I mean, do you think that you can make a difference in this election?
Absolutely. The Democrats believe that this vote is theirs, that it is in the bag, but it is not. Black America has woken up. This economy performs very well for us, and we appreciate all the work he's done.
For yourself, being somebody who, in the last election, it was 9-1 African Americans that supported Clinton versus Trump. How does that feel? Do you feel your own community kind of a traitor or anything like that?
I think some of them are, but we're also people who've not always been able to make the decision for ourselves as far as what we want to do with our life. And so I think there's even some parts of Black America that feel like that choice is ours and we shouldn't be judged for it. I think it could go either way.
Well, Jamiroquai, I really appreciate your time. This is Jamiroquai Kittler from Milwaukee. He did tell me that he voted on Sunday for President Trump.
All right, this is the electoral map as it stands right now. 270 is the goal, and right now you can see Joe Biden on the bottom left, 122. President Donald Trump down there on the right, 92. You see there, it's kind of interesting how Nebraska, it has stripes. That's because they also allot some of their electoral votes depending on the congressional seat. And so it's possible that Joe Biden could win one and President Donald Trump could win one. And in fact, that's how it has been trending. The outstanding states, the really biggies, Texas and Florida, Georgia, those are still uncalled. Of course, North Carolina also still uncalled. And then up north, we're watching those three, Wisconsin and Michigan and Pennsylvania. So tonight, as this does start to shape up and some of these critical races do start to get to 90+% of their vote counting, you know, it gets pretty interesting, like President Trump with 90+% of the vote now counted in Florida. He's doing better than Joe Biden. That is not a final tally. We don't even know if we'll have Florida's final tally tonight. However, right now, it appears President Trump is in the lead. But let's get to Alex Livingston in Chicago. She has some more insights for us tonight. Alex.
All right, Chance, thank you so much. We're going to toss it over to Andrew Rafferty. How's it going tonight?
Hey, how are you guys?
Good, good, good. Okay, so we are obviously checking in with the AP and making sure that we're finding all the latest numbers. So what are you seeing where you are?
Right, well, guys, I mean, right now, I think there was this sort of dream scenario where Democrats thought that there would be some early indication where they would win in one of these three early southern states, Florida, Georgia, and North Carolina, and somehow avoid a lot of the heartburn and heartache that they felt 4 years ago. That honestly was very unlikely to be the chance, and it seems like it is not going to happen now. And again, we haven't called any of those states. Those states are very close right now. Many of them are still counting, but we know that there's no sort of situation where we're going to have a particularly early night. And so that's part of it. Number two, we're seeing, especially within some of these data that came out from what we use as VoteCast. It's a survey of a lot of voters nationally and in these key states. And that specifically in Florida and southern Florida, there is some indications that President Trump, which his campaign focused on very heavily, is appealing to Hispanic voters in a way that Hillary Clinton and it did a little bit better with. And so Joe Biden might be underperforming what Democrats did 4 years ago. That's why Republicans are feeling very good about Florida right now. The Trump campaign, on social media at least, is very happy with what they're seeing out of the Sunshine State. But it's really important to remember, as our campaign reporter Willie James Inman has been stressing, that Florida is really key to the Trump campaign re-election strategy. And so if they were not to win Florida, then they'd be in some real trouble. And we know that in the past month and weeks, and really for the past 4 years, they've been really investing heavily in the state, guys.
Now, I've been talking about those key states. So we have Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Texas, and you just mentioned Florida. So why is that state so important for whoever wins that moving forward?
Well, Florida has 29 electoral votes, so it's a big prize. And if you look at, the Trump campaign strategy really this entire time has been, you got to retain the 2016 map. They were hoping to make inroads in a couple places, and it really doesn't look like they're going to be successful in places like Minnesota and New Hampshire. They were playing there for a while, and that's not to say that they won't ultimately win those places. But if you look at where they've spent their time in the past couple weeks, they haven't spent a lot of time or money in either of those states. And so what they have really banked on is really just repeating the 2016 map, and that's why we keep talking about Pennsylvania, and we have no real indication right now of how that's going to be. It's important to note most of these states that we have not called, we don't really have an indication where it's going to ultimately end up, but we know that Pennsylvania is going to take a while. And that is not only a battleground state, but it's what we call a tipping state. This is a state that if Joe Biden were to win, it's probably going to be the state that puts him over 270. Same thing with President Trump, because we know these votes are going to be trickling out for the next, presumably, days. We'll see, how that all plays out. But those are the states that we really have our eye on, as well as Arizona, which is interesting because their polls have closed, but they don't release any of that data until 10 p.m. Eastern. And so we're going to have certainly our eyes on that when it comes out in just a little bit, guys.
Definitely. Now, Andrew, we've been talking a lot about polls and how trustworthy a lot of people are or aren't when it comes to polls and these projections of who's going to win. So how is that kind of balancing out tonight compared to what are some of the polls that we've seen through these states?
Yeah, well, I think a lot of people are kind of nervously checking what they saw in the most recent set of polls compared to how things are playing out early on tonight. It is important to note, just like 4 years ago, those battleground states, the polls between Joe Biden and Donald Trump were really close. And nationally, yes, he had 7-8 point lead, depending on what survey you were looking at. But in those key states, a lot of them were much closer. And the pollsters that I've talked to, and I've talked to a number of them over the past few weeks, say margin of error is a real thing, and that these things are not a precise predictor of future events. They tell us where exactly the public is at a particular time. They're not great at seeing in predicting behaviors. They're polling, the most successful and most useful use of it, according to most folks, is that they can really set what mood the nation is in, get people's mindsets, but predicting behaviors is much more difficult. And so that's why anything we're talking about, whether it's 2016 or 2020, the polling is also should be taken with all that in mind. And, you know, a lot of pollsters are very quick to blame us in the media about how we portray what their results show. And some of that is certainly fair. And so nationally, it's interesting to know they were actually pretty good in 2016. It's those key battleground states. There is a lot more polling from those states this time around, though, in 2020.
Andrew, thank you so much. We're going to check back in with you throughout the night. Now, Chance, I'm going to get it back to you.
All right, Alex, thank you so much. We're checking in with our network of reporters across the country this evening, and let's get to Denver right now. And this is well timed. Joining us from Denver is Russell Haythorne with our sister station, KMGH. He's in the place that really counts tonight, as in counts the ballots. Okay, so we know that the AP just moments ago, literally seconds ago, called Colorado for Joe Biden. They still have not called the Senate race. Right now, Hickenlooper, the Democrat, appears to be in the lead. That's my understanding.
Yeah, Hickenlooper is in the lead, solidly in the lead, and I think it will definitely go Hickenlooper's way tonight. Of course, he was the former Democratic governor of Colorado. He was running against the Republican incumbent, Cory Gardner, and really it's just a shift in demographics here in Colorado. This was a battleground state back perhaps in 2004 and 2008, but it has really moved sort of purple over the last 10 years, and now it is really essentially a blue state. So it looks like Hickenlooper will probably take the Senate here in Colorado, and yes, of course, as you just said, Biden is a winner here as well.
Russell, since 2013, I didn't realize this. Every registered voter in the whole state of Colorado receives a mail-in ballot. No questions asked. It just shows up. You get it. That's a new concept to a lot of the country this year. This year, though, the state received more return ballots than ever before. And I'm wondering what that could mean about enthusiasm, because, again, everyone got them before. They just didn't return them.
Yeah, that's right. I think if voter enthusiasm here in Colorado mirrored what it was like throughout the nation this year, which was very high. Voter turnout here in Colorado shattered all kinds of records this year. The previous record for voter turnout was back in 2016 during that presidential election. 2.8 million Coloradans, registered voters, cast their ballots. And this year we passed that number at about noon today, and now it's 3 million plus voters who have cast their ballots. So voter enthusiasm very high, especially on the Democratic side in October during early voting, and then it sort of shifted this last week, and the Republicans closed that gap. But still, Democrats have more registered voters here in Colorado, and I think that number was something like 100,000 more Democrats had voted going into Election Day than Republicans here in Colorado. So, yeah, voter enthusiasm high. And then back to your ballot question, Coloradans are intimately familiar with mail-in ballots. That process dates back at least 8 years here. In the past 3 presidential elections or so, I voted via mail-in ballot. Of course, you get it at home, you fill it out, and then you take it back to a ballot box. But we are familiar with it. It is a seamless process here in Colorado. It is safe and very secure, and Coloradans actually prefer that.
And real quick, I'll just ask you, Russell, to follow up on something you said. I think we lost Russell. Wanted to let you know that Colorado, yes, electoral 9 votes are going in the column of Joe Biden. Oh, Russell, you're still here. I wanted to ask you real quick to follow up on what you said. You know, so often we hear Colorado and say it's a purple state. Would you say it is more firmly blue now?
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, as I mentioned before, I think the state went red back in the 2004 election between Bush and it's been a blue state. It was a battleground state. We saw a lot of the candidates come to Colorado back in 2008. We saw McCain here. We saw Obama here. And then even in 2012, Romney and Obama visited often. But for the past 2 years, I mean, we got no love this year from either Trump or Biden. It is definitely in the blue category. The demographics of this state have changed. Coloradans like to say it's the Californication of the state, because many Californians have moved to Colorado, as well as Texans and Floridians and people from the upper Midwest, and the demographics have just shifted into the blue category. I wanted to point out that what's happening behind me is actually, this is Denver Elections Division headquarters, and these judges are flattening out the ballots. This is the ballot prep process, and then they're sending these ballots to be counted later on this evening. So this is a nonpartisan process. You've got a Democratic judge and a Republican judge sitting at each table, and that's what's happening over my shoulder.
And it looks like, Russell, again, your timing is perfect tonight, because John Hickenlooper, the Democrat running against Cory Gardner in Colorado, the AP has just called that race for the Democrat. We know that Democrats, they need to flip several seats. They need to net 3 total if Joe Biden wins to win control of the Senate. And that was a key race in all of that. Russell Haythorne from our Denver station KMGH tonight. And I have to say, I know you said you got no love, but I am sending love to that county clerk's office. That's the most beautiful county clerk's office I have ever seen in all of election counting. Thank you, Russell. We appreciate it.
It's a good looking facility.
And good looking group. They're efficient out there. Thank you. Let's also focus on Florida tonight. Big state. 95% of precincts are now reporting, and Donald Trump appears to have a comfortable lead at this moment. I just want to stress appears to, because things can change, especially in 2020. You never know what's coming. But here's where we stand right now. 51.3% is going to President Trump, I believe, and 47.8% for Joe Biden. The margin between them is about 80,000 votes at this time. So let's go to team coverage from our station WFTS in Tampa, Florida right now.
You know, I was just reading today that Florida, with its growth that we've seen, we could actually go from 29 electoral votes to 30 or even 31 by year 2021. How possible is that? And is it possible that we're continuing to grow even more and we could have that much at stake in future elections?
Absolutely. I think we definitely pick up 1 congressional seat for sure during 2022, during the census. We possibly could pick up 2. That would take us to 31. So Florida's only going to continue to grow from the importance of winning Florida, not only for this election, but in future presidential elections as well.
A lot is changing right now in the race to 270, so I want to bring in my partner tonight, Alex Livingston in Chicago, and our senior politics editor, Andrew Rafferty, who helps us zoom out and get a big picture all the time. Andrew, I want to check in with you because right now we're hearing so much about Florida, and just want to acknowledge there are some other outstanding ones floating around out there. There is the Georgia, North Carolina. I'm fascinated by Texas right now. I'm just wondering, other than Florida, because it's getting so much attention tonight, what's the race you're watching most closely?
Well, I think, Ohio's up there, too. Ohio was a state that at least public polling had pretty handily with Donald Trump, about +5, depending on what you were looking at. It's interesting, our Biden reporter, Alex Miller, noted rightfully that the Biden campaign really threw in kind of a last-minute stop in Cleveland on, I think it was Monday, ahead of a planned kind of barnstorming tour of Pennsylvania. This wasn't necessarily on the Biden campaign's radar, but we are seeing really good numbers. Now, it's so important to note that just because of how people vote, a lot of these numbers we're seeing in that state, particularly the Buckeye State, are those Democratic-leaning early voters that we know are going to outnumber the in-person voters, which we expect to be largely Republican, or at least a majority Republican. Texas, as you mentioned, that is kind of another dream scenario for Democrats. They've been talking about turning Texas blue for however many decades now. It's been so long since Jimmy Carter's the last Democratic presidential candidate to win the Lone Star State. But it is important they got a lot of, good signs from Beto O'Rourke's Senate run in 2018, where he fell by just 2 points to Ted Cruz. That's why they felt like they had an opening. You saw some late movement by the Biden campaign going to Texas, spending a little bit of money there. They didn't send the candidate himself, at least not in those final days. So it wasn't still kind of a dream shot for the Biden campaign. But again, it's one of those real big states where we think it's going to take at least a fair amount of time to really get a holistic view of what all is going on there in Texas.
Now, Andrew, I want to shift north to Georgia. We're talking about Stacey Abrams. How is she affecting Georgia and the South in general?
Well, I mean, Stacey Abrams, you remember, a potential vice presidential candidate. She was on the short list or maybe the medium list for Joe Biden when he was going through the vetting process, ultimately picking Kamala Harris. But she is being credited, especially by progressive groups that she's aligned with, for helping turn out African-American voters, black voters in the South in general, but specifically in her home state in Florida. You remember it wasn't too long ago, 2018, she lost a really close race there to Brian Kemp, who's now the governor there. Georgia is a state that we know has dealt with issues of voter suppression. The primaries, Democratic primaries, they had a lot of problems. It was one of the first states to kind of vote after the pandemic had really taken hold of the country. And so if there is a big Democratic turnout, and that's what Joe Biden would need to win, especially among black voters in that state, in those Atlanta suburbs, that's where a lot of people have their eyes on. I think Stacey Abrams will at least deserve partial credit among Democrats for that. But again, that's a state that they count ballots. Tonight is actually the last time they're going to count ballots. So they'll cut it off after November 3rd, except for overseas. But it is one of those three southern, North Carolina, Georgia, Florida, where in the dream scenario, Biden picks one of those up pretty early on. We're now approaching 10 o'clock, so it's not that early on. But if they do, they'll be in really, really good shape. But again, they'll have a lot of work to do. It's still a Republican-leaning state.
Andrew, could you just help us put the big puzzle together? Because, I think a lot of us are good at finding the corner piece, and then you fixate on that. But I want to look at the whole thing put together. I can almost hear people right now who support Joe Biden looking at this map. I'm looking at the AP map at this moment. And again, some of these are not reporting, even 60+%, but Wisconsin, Michigan, Ohio, Texas, Florida, Georgia, all of those trending toward the president at this moment. And they're thinking, oh my God, it's happened again. Has it happened again, or is that way too close to start panicking for the people who support Joe Biden?
No, I mean, be patient. That's the best advice. And for all the experts that myself and our team here at Newsy have talked to people, it's really, we live in this kind of Twitter-driven social media world, and it's not really healthy to sit at your browser and hit refresh and look at all these forecasting models. Pollsters that I've talked to in the past few weeks do have a little bit of aversion to these ideas of forecasting models, these needles that give so many people panic attacks. The reason is we haven't had a whole lot of presidential elections throughout history. If there were 10,000 presidential elections that we have a huge sample size from, then maybe it makes sense to have a really good forecasting model where you can, with some reliability, be able to predict who's going to win and who's going to lose. There's just so many variables, such a small sample size. That's not to say that these are totally made up. There are really smart people behind all these numbers. There are really smart kind of thinking and data that goes into them. But if you're sitting at home, I would say kind of if it's giving you some anxiety, take a step back, and you got to just wait for these races to be called we use the Associated Press, other people use different metrics, but we do it because we trust that the folks who are making these decisions are doing it with the utmost confidence. And yeah, living in the world of social media, I was just on it moments ago, and there were 5 tweets saying how well Joe Biden's doing in North Carolina, then 5 next say he's really in trouble there. So it's really not a productive way to use your time.
All right,
it is kind of a choose your own ending because, yeah, as you say, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, those are shading bluer, but again, it's not done. Andrew, see you in just a bit. Counts are coming in from across the states and includes some swing states. Michigan is among them. I'm going to pull the very latest AP numbers right here because these do change second by second. And by the way, in case you didn't know it, I was reading an article today in the New York Times. The AP employs 4,000 reporters to go out and actually physically get the ballot counts from people in person. So it's not just prognostication. It's not just, oh, let me spitball this. No, they try to get it accurate, and that's why we're depending on them. So with that said, Michigan at this moment, still early, 25% reporting, but with 16 electoral votes, President Trump leads right now by 16 points. It's not all said and done, but that is quite a bit of a lead right now with 25% reporting. And I think we have some reporting locally on the ground. We're trying to do this as much as we can tonight to really understand how is this playing out face to face locally. WXYZ saw some big turnout.
Well, let me give you the headline, and it is good news for the Joe Biden campaign. We just left a press conference with Secretary of State Jocelyn Benson and City Clerk Janice Winfrey. They are projecting that turnout in the city of Detroit will be between 53 and 55%. Now, why is that significant? Well, back in 2016, when Hillary Clinton ran, turnout was only 48%. That was disappointing for Democrats. While she won Detroit overwhelmingly, she didn't win it by enough to make the big difference in Michigan, where she lost by 10,000 votes overall. 55% would be the highest turnout we've seen in Detroit in 20 or 30 years. And if it turns out to be that number, as the city is projecting, that would be very good news for Joe Biden. They are telling us here at the city that they expect to have final results around this time tomorrow, so the counting will continue. But they say they are on track to know the winner, at least in Detroit, tomorrow. Back to you.
Both candidates are keeping a close eye on certain states as winning or losing one there. It could tip it into 270 or not. James Packard, he's keeping just as close of an eye tonight, running our results desk for some scenarios tonight. James in Chicago. James, what are you looking at?
Well, first of all, I just want to note that none of the calls that have happened so far have gone for a candidate or a party that didn't win that state in 2016. So far, the calls that have been made, this map looks the same it did in 2016. I want to show you a few of the key states that are still outstanding. Okay, these are the states we're still waiting on. Polls closed, numbers will start coming in Arizona here in just minutes. But these are huge states with collectively massive electoral power here. I want to show you what happens, though, if each of these candidates were to lose some of these key states. Okay, so let's run you through a couple of scenarios here. This is a bit of an exercise in what each of these campaigns would need if they were to lose these key states. If Joe Biden loses Pennsylvania, for example, he would need to come up with a pathway to 270 that includes North Carolina, Michigan, Wisconsin, or North Carolina, Wisconsin, and Ohio, or North Carolina, Wisconsin, and Ohio. Those are the same scenarios, so we'll get that fixed. But he has more pathways to victory there if he loses Pennsylvania. If he loses Michigan, same. He has a few options here for combinations of states that he could still win to get himself to 270 electoral votes. This is not going to hold true, you'll see in a moment, for the president. Let's see what happens when the president loses Georgia, for instance, if that were to happen here later tonight. He would need to get all of these states in order to get to 270 electoral votes, likely, unless there's some other huge surprise somewhere else on the map. But you see that that's not just a 3 states here or 2 states here. That's all 6 of these states. If he were to lose Texas tonight, that would be a huge blow to the Trump campaign. It would almost knock him out of the race. He would have to get all of these other states in order to win re-election tonight. And that is almost surely not going to happen. So if the president loses Texas and also loses any one of these other states, it becomes virtually impossible for him to win re-election. Let's talk about Florida, though, because we've been focusing so much energy on Florida, and folks may go, why? Well, first of all, if the president loses Florida tonight, again, he'd need all 6 of these states and either Arizona or Iowa. If Joe Biden loses Florida tonight, he has perhaps a couple more options. But let's take a look at what happens if Florida goes red and Joe Biden ends up having to look elsewhere to get some of those electoral votes. So if Joe Biden loses Florida, if we can pull that up, I want to show folks what the scenarios are if Joe Biden loses Florida. He would need any one of these combinations. Again, there are more pathways. But look at what's happening with the vote at specific counties in Florida. Let's look at Pinellas County in Florida. Okay, this is a county that went for Donald Trump in 2016. You can see here that it wasn't a very wide margin between Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton. But look at what's happened now. 100% of the votes are in Pinellas County, and Joe Biden has won that county. There are a few more counties where that's the case as well, Chance. But overall, statewide, the president still leads there, in part because turnout is up, and he's getting more votes in Miami-Dade County, where there's that key Cuban-American population.
Our numbers man, James Packard, in Chicago tonight with the results desk. This is going to become increasingly important as this night rolls on and the results roll in. James Packard, thank you so much. Newsy 2020 continues right after a quick break.
Hey, I'm Christian Bryant. Every weeknight on In the Loop, we cut through the noise with a mix of headlines and features. Definitely not your traditional nightly news show. So come join us. We've got stuff to talk about.
We take a step away from the noise and spin to really hear the stories that need to be told. Newsy cuts through.
Newsy's 2020 election coverage sponsored by CuriosityStream.
Did you know that despite growing out of dirt in the ground, mushrooms are more closely related to animals than they are to plants? Learn more in The Kingdom, How Fungi Made Our World on CuriosityStream. CuriosityStream is the streaming video service full of thousands of documentary films and TV shows about nature, science, history, travel, the world's most fascinating people, and pretty much anything else you want to learn about. Spark your curiosity on any device that can stream video. Learn more and sign up today at curiositystream.com.
Traditional masks can be uncomfortable, hot, and painful around your ears. Not anymore. From Mission, the leaders in comfortable textile technology, comes the new adjustable, multi-layered, all-season gaiter for the ultimate comfort in face and neck coverage. Used by the world's greatest athletes, professional sports teams, and collegiate teams around the country. The multi-layer design with 360 degrees of adjustability means it will keep you covered and comfortable all day long in any kind of weather. Mission's adjustable all-season gaiter comfortably customizes to you thanks to our new Easy Lock Draw Cord for a gentle, snug fit that won't slip. All Mission products offer effective UPF 50 sun protection and are machine washable so you can use them over and over again. Order your own Mission all-season adjustable gaiter starting as low as $19.99. Order right now and enter the TV exclusive promo code below to receive free shipping on your entire order. Go to mission.com to order.
Non-attorney spokesperson. This is a paid advertisement for legal services sponsored by Nightline Legal. Cases assigned on a random basis to participating law firms. This drug remains approved by the FDA. If you or a loved one regularly took Zantac and were later diagnosed with cancer, call right now. You may be entitled to financial compensation. A number of pharmacies have suspended the sale of Zantac and other ranitidine products after the FDA announced the discovery of unacceptable levels of NDMA, a known cancer-causing impurity. Potential cancers associated with exposure to NDMA include bladder cancer, colon cancer, kidney cancer, stomach cancer, liver cancer, pancreatic cancer, along with many more. If you or a loved one regularly took Zantac and were later diagnosed with cancer, call right now. You may be owed significant compensation from the manufacturer. There are time deadlines to file a claim, so don't wait. Call now. Do not stop taking a prescribed medication without first consulting with your doctor. Discontinuing a prescribed medication without your doctor's advice can result in injury or death.
Call 1-800-845-8930.
10 o'clock Eastern Time. I'm Chance
7 o'clock
Seals,
in Nevada.
live in Washington in our studio. You're watching Newsy special coverage of the 2020 election. In moments, we're going to take you around the country with our correspondents from coast to coast with the campaigns and in local cities that could swing this whole thing. Morning Rush host Alex Livingston joins me now from Studio A. She is my partner tonight in Chicago. Alex, good to see you.
Good to see you too, Chance. I think that's one of the coolest things about what we're doing tonight is taking people literally all over the country as we tap into our 60 different stations and reporters and make sure we give you guys, you know, that accurate picture of what people in swing states are seeing all across the country. So, Chance, we're going to have a really great night tonight. It may be a little bit long, but that's all right. I have my tea. I think you have your coffee, so we're good to go. Well, polls are now closed in a few more states. You can see our map. It's getting pretty full. We want to show you that. All polls are closed in Iowa, Nevada, and Utah. So we're in the race to 270, obviously. Joe Biden, 131 to Trump's 92. So we're going to talk to our campaign reporters now, Willie James Inman and Alex Miller. Alex, I want to start with you first. Florida is extremely close right now, 97% reporting Trump ahead by 3.5 points. Is Biden dead in the water there, or does he have some chance there?
Biden campaign was hoping would go towards their column. They spent a lot of time and resources going to Florida. They sent Dr. Jill Biden. They sent Joe Biden himself. They sent President Obama there multiple times. Senator Harris. They really invested a lot of time. They saw it as a flippable state, especially because they were really thinking they were going to get out not only the youth vote, but the senior vote too. And it seems as though that did not happen, that their investments have not paid off. But the important thing to remember for the Biden campaign is Florida's not part of their main plan. The shortest path to 270 right now is through Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. So while Florida is not going in the Trump column is not what the Biden campaign was hoping for, it does not mean they're dead in the water.
So, Willie, I want to ask you this. You cover the Trump campaign. What's the math looking like for him right now?
Yeah, well, Florida is certainly something that the president wants. He also wants North Carolina, but Pennsylvania is really the key state here. But just a note on Florida and what the Trump campaign has been doing there. They've spent a significant amount of time there as well. The president also, of course, registered in Florida. The first lady voting today. They've really spent a lot of time courting Hispanic voters there, and their message of socialism seems to be resonating with voters there, Venezuelan Americans, especially the Cuban American vote there in the Miami area coming out for the president tonight. But clearly, Alex, you just have to mention the math. So 270 really goes through the states that President Trump won in 2016, and that includes those Midwestern states that Joe Biden wants as well.
Definitely. So, Alex, let's talk about the math for the Biden campaign. We're just talking about the paths to 270 that you mentioned. Well, he had several or a few at the start of the night. Is that still the case right now?
Yeah, he still has plenty of paths toward 270 at this point. Of course, Florida hurts him a little bit losing that state. But I think the campaign was not initially considering Ohio as part of their definite path to 270, or even probably their second tier path to 270 at this point. So Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania, that's the quickest path if you add those three states to the states that Hillary Clinton won in 2016. But again, Michigan and Wisconsin are taking a long time to check their ballots. Pennsylvania, Philadelphia, rather, saying that they've actually stopped counting their mail-in ballots for tonight. They did not get very far. So both states saying that they're not going to have results until later in the week, most likely. So even though this is the shortest path to 270, it may take the longest timing-wise to get there. And so the states that they're looking at, aside from that quick path, is North Carolina, Ohio, Arizona. That's where you need to keep your eyes on right now. North Carolina and Ohio right now trending for Vice President Biden. Arizona's polling not quite in just yet. But if those two states go for Vice President Biden, he's going to be in a much better position, I think, than they expected him to be in with those two states right now. Those North Carolina had been tied in polling. Ohio really had been trending for President Trump until very recently.
Now, I've been talking a lot about that delay in results that we could see, right? Pennsylvania, you said that was probably going to take a bit of time. So let's turn now to Arizona. Our affiliate KNXV is reporting people are still in line. Willie, we've seen those viral videos of lines stretching around corners and blocks and buildings. So what are the states that Trump campaign is watching right now?
Yeah, I would say Arizona is one of those states they're watching as well. Nevada, Tim Murtaugh, the communications director for the campaign, I should say, he's saying that voters still have time, to vote and cast their ballots. He was tweeting this just a little while ago, for the state of Nevada. That's certainly a state that the president wants to flip this time around from the Democratic column. Arizona, as I mentioned, but also Texas. This was a state that the president's campaign kind of jokingly said he was egging Democrats on to go there in Texas, but it's interesting to see Texas as a battleground state this time around. So I anticipate they're watching that state closely, watching the returns come in there as we, trend later on the West Coast.
All right, Willie and Alex, thank you so much for joining us. We'll check back in with you guys a bit later. Well, Democrats are not only eyeing the White House, they want Congress too. Republicans held a majority going into the night in the Senate. So we see Lindsey Graham won his Senate race in South Carolina. That's something that we're keeping an eye on as well. Newsy Congressional reporter Nathaniel Reed is at the Capitol. Nate, what races are you following the closest right now?
Well, I got to tell you, this Graham race is a big deal. It's a really big deal. The fact that Lindsey Graham was able to win re-election, he was massively outraised by his Democratic opponent, Jamie Harrison. Jamie Harrison made this a tight race where he was the underdog for most of it. I'm not sure there was ever a serious poll that really showed Jamie Harrison with an actual lead ahead of Lindsey Graham that was outside of the margin of error. But really, he stayed behind Lindsey Graham for most of the race. Lindsey Graham went on Fox News multiple times asking for money. He kept saying they're beating me badly with donations. What's interesting here about those donations is if you look at the amount of money spent, this was the third most expensive race this cycle, around $209 million or so on that Senate race, a little bit more than that. Jamie Harrison only got 7.3% of his donations from in-state dollars. So that's only $4 million out of his total of, I believe he got $4,900,000 $400,000 from in-state, over $62 million from out of state. So the vast majority of his money coming from out of state. Lindsey Graham, similarly, 13.5% of his dollars came from within South Carolina, the rest coming from out of state. So it's interesting. South Carolina is an interesting place where that race really got nationalized. It was really on a national scale that people were paying attention and donating. A lot of that money for South Carolina to the Democrat came from places like New York, places on the East Coast where they really wanted to unseat Lindsey Graham, who, of course, at one point had spoken out against Trump during the 2016 campaign and had run against him, and now is currently a close ally of the president. So he's expected to win re-election. We have called that race, and Jamie Harrison, of course, unfortunately for his supporters, will not be coming here to the Senate.
Now, as I mentioned, the only race is not the one for president that we're keeping an eye on. I know a lot of people at home are also paying attention to the Senate. So have there been any surprises yet so far?
Well, I wouldn't exactly call it a surprise, but it was clear that the most endangered Senate Republican was Cory Gardner. Cory Gardner, of course, the senator from Colorado, now just a one-term senator from Colorado. John Hickenlooper, the former governor of Colorado, has officially won that race. He will be the new U.S. senator from Colorado, meaning Colorado's Senate delegation will be entirely consisting of Democrats. So just to talk a little bit about John Hickenlooper, he of course was the former governor, still maintains a lot of support within that state, and specifically Cory Gardner has an interesting case where he ran for president briefly. I remember going to one of his campaign events in New Hampshire. There was about 15 people there. It was really, he wasn't generating a lot of enthusiasm. I remember he was polling around 0%. In fact, I asked him, I said, look, you're polling at 0%. What are you still doing here? And his answer was, well, I think we have a winning message. Ultimately, his winning message apparently was in the state of Colorado instead of to the U.S. presidency. Another little bit of color from that race, when he was campaigning, it was about 15 people there. I think 10 or 12 of them were high school students. They're just interested in how the 2020 process works. So, of course, he wasn't enjoying a lot of fame on the national stage, but once he went back to his home state of Colorado, Cory Gardner, once a governor, now a senator from the state of Colorado.
Congressional reporter Nathaniel Reed, thank you so much. Nate, we're going to see you in just a little bit. Chance, back over to you.
Thanks, Alex. National investigative reporter Patrick Terpstra is in the newsroom here in Washington now, tracking any issues that are popping up across the country. And Patrick, we just heard a few minutes ago that Philadelphia, apparently with the absentee ballots, they have just like closed up shop and gone home for the night. I feel like if the nation is staying up to figure out what's happening, can't they keep the lights on?
Well, state election officials have always been saying that their timeline is different than ours, and they know people want results as fast as possible, but they want to make sure that their count is as accurate as possible. We are hearing now that Philadelphia is not going to continue counting its absentee ballots until tomorrow, and that is about 350,000 absentee ballots. What that means is that we are almost certainly not going to get a complete picture of what the vote is in Pennsylvania tonight. And if the night goes on and that becomes more and more important to know what happens in Pennsylvania, then we're going to have to wait until tomorrow for that. And those 350,000 ballots that are out there, those absentee ballots, safe to assume many of those are from Democrats. So it could be that we see some lopsided results in Pennsylvania until we see those absentee ballots counted in Philadelphia. Again, Chance, we're not expecting that until tomorrow.
Patrick, I know you were looking at any instances of voter intimidation and things like that. And last night, there was a tweet from the president. He was criticizing the Supreme Court for their decision on Pennsylvania. And I think it's becoming more and more clear. It's like we're at the optometrist and now everything's coming into focus of how important Pennsylvania really is probably going to be. And the president said the Supreme Court's decision to allow these ballots to arrive for 3 extra days, that could induce violence in the streets. And I just wonder if locally, do you think it's important that they feel urgency to get these numbers out there? You want something to be accurate, but it's also not like a walk in the park.
Well, and they would say that actually tomorrow is still very recent as far as timelines for elections go. You know, they don't certify results in states until a week, 2 weeks out. So tomorrow to them is still going to be very fast. What it also might signal, though, is that we could be in for a real long haul here of potential legal challenges as the election gets closer and closer here. Then both sides of this, Democrats, Republicans, are going to be seeing incentive to go challenge results in courts and to really look at, well, what did happen with these absentee ballots and provisional ballots? What else is out there? So this could be just one of many delays to come as the week plays out, Chance.
Patrick Terpstra in the newsroom tonight. Patrick, thank you. I know as these things are coming up, you're getting to them as quickly as you possibly can. We appreciate it. All right. It is 10:12 on the East Coast, and we still have polls closing in parts of the western part of the U.S. And as we get results, we're bringing them to you as fast as we can. This is a live picture of the headquarters of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. We do expect that we will hear from Joe Biden tonight. We also expect we're going to hear from President Trump. Apparently, he's going to talk from the East Room. We don't know if he's going to walk out there as the question mark candidate, as the victor, or the loser. But we're going to be here for you no matter what. This is Newsy 2020.
Newsy cuts through the division, the confusion, the uncertainty, empowering you with the facts and context you need to make informed decisions. Newsy, be informed, not influenced.
We're working hard to get you the news you need.
We dig a little deeper on the stories of the day.
That's why we're here.
To help start making sense of it all.
Newsy's 2020 election coverage sponsored by CuriosityStream.
Did you know that despite growing out of dirt in the ground, mushrooms are more closely related to animals than they are to plants? Learn more in The Kingdom, How Fungi Made Our World on CuriosityStream. CuriosityStream is the streaming video service full of thousands of documentary films and TV shows about nature, science, history, travel, the world's most fascinating people, and pretty much anything else you want to learn about. Spark your curiosity on any device that can stream video. Learn more and sign up today at curiositystream.com.
Advanced non-small cell lung cancer can take away so much. But today, there's a combination of 2 immunotherapies you can take first. One that could mean a chance to live longer. Opdivo plus Yervoy is for adults newly diagnosed with non-small cell lung cancer that is spread and that tests positive for PD-L1 and does not have an abnormal EGFR or ALK gene. It's the first and only approved chemo-free combination of 2 immunotherapies that works together in different ways to harness the power of the immune system. Opdivo plus Yervoy equals a chance for more days, more nights, more beautiful weekends, more ugly sweaters, more big hugs, more small outings. Opdivo and Yervoy can cause your immune system to attack normal organs and tissues in your body and affect how they work. This may happen during or after treatment is ended and can become serious and lead to death. Some of these problems may happen more often when Opdivo is used with Yervoy. See your doctor right away if you have a new or worse cough, chest pain, shortness of breath, diarrhea, severe stomach pain, nausea or vomiting, dizziness, fainting, extreme tiredness, weight changes, constipation, excessive thirst, changes in urine or eyesight, rash, itching, confusion, memory problems, muscle pain or weakness, joint pain, flushing, fever, or tingling in hands and feet. These are not all the possible side effects. Tell your doctor about all your medical conditions, including immune system problems, or if you've had an organ transplant or lung, breathing, or liver problems. Here's to a chance for more together time, a chance to live longer. Ask your doctor about Opdivo plus Yervoy. Thank you to all involved in our clinical trials.
This t-shirt helped me open the Hang Suite. We're more than a coffee shop. We're a place where people actually connect and talk, where everyone in the community is welcome. It's amazing to see so many people wearing the shirts.
This shirt was created to embrace inclusion, elevate artists, and for funding. We're Milk River Arts, a studio community that supports adult artists with disabilities, a place where we're all different and all artists.
Visit bonfire.com to create your own.
A lot is changing minute by minute here on Newsy 2020. I'm Chan Seals in Washington. So the race to 270 is shaping up, but no clear winners so far. I want to bring in Andrew Rafferty, senior politics editor, joining me now here in Washington. Andrew, I feel like this is the time of night where I start getting text messages from people saying, oh my God, and there are people on both sides. And it seems like this is the time when patience, it's not, a virtue. It's a requirement at this point. It's just a waiting game.
It is, Jansen. The reason that we've been talking about it for the past months, even long, well, it feels like years, but it's been since really the pandemic hit, is that people would need to be patient because this is an election unlike any other. Many people who are watching tonight who voted probably did it in a way differently than they traditionally have, or maybe they're a first-time voter. And so we weren't just saying that to pay lip service to the idea of the pandemic impacting the election. We were saying it because it mattered. It mattered for tonight. And I know that it is election night, and people right now want to know who won, who lost, who's going to be our next president or be reelected. But that's just not the case. And so this is not unexpected. We knew that it's going to take a long time for these states to count their ballots. We knew that many of these states have taken some sort of precautions or are doing this for the first time, trying to prepare for the past few months, but it's not a foolproof thing. There's a lot, even in normal election administration, that we see go wrong or potentially go off the rails, but it is important to note that taking a long time does not equate something going wrong, that this is part of the process. This is the process that we knew going into tonight, and one just needs to take a deep breath and know that these ballots are being counted, because the most important thing is that we get an accurate count the first time around instead of trying to rush anything that is being reported out by the states or by us in the media.
So, Andrew, right now the breakdown is, let's see, Joe Biden has 131 and President Trump has 98. So some of those things, could be dominoes falling quickly. But right now, this is also changing. I have all these computers. Let me look at this side. The AP has Ohio now with 80% reporting. It looks like President Trump has a lead of 5 percentage points. That has swung in the president's direction as of this moment. But out west further, Arizona, 71% now has been totaled, and Joe Biden ahead by 9 points. If Biden were to take something like in Arizona early, could he wrap this up tonight? Or at this point, is it looking like we are going to have to wait quite a while?
Well, I think we're probably still in the waiting game. Arizona is interesting because they're the type of state that actually has a lot of experience doing this, and they actually wait an hour after the polls close to report their advance vote. That's both mail-in voting and early in-person voting. Most of their vote comes from Maricopa County. That's the area around Phoenix, and they're pretty good at it. That's where most of the population in the state is, and so that's why we're seeing, as soon as their polls close, these kind of big numbers. If Biden wins Arizona, I mean, it puts less pressure on him to win Pennsylvania or to pick off another state. Specifically, we're just talking about Ohio. Again, Ohio's not a state that is necessarily within the Biden. It was not actually in their electoral map of most likely path to victory. But I think that the reason why this is going to be particularly interesting or particularly different is if everything kind of falls into place the way that it might in terms of how these campaigns have spent their money in campaign, that is Trump winning Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, they're holding on to those 2016 states, then it does come down to Pennsylvania. And so if you're able to pick off Arizona, if you're Joe Biden, that helps in that regard. But it doesn't exactly make up the difference. And so that's why, again, Pennsylvania is the reason we keep talking about it, because they're going to count their votes really slow, and they don't seem to have as much eagerness to kind of expedite the process as much as we've seen in some of these other states that are adapting. And there's a number of reasons for that, some of which are litigious. So, but again, it's really important to be patient. I don't think there's anything right now indicating that something magically can happen where we're going to know a result before, certainly not before the clock hits midnight.
Right, especially when Philadelphia just kind of clocked out and said, okay, see you tomorrow. Okay, now let me ask you, what does Congress tell us, if anything? Half of the squad has now been reelected. Ilhan Omar, AOC have both been reelected. But then I'm wondering, on the opposite side, is it cause to be more hopeful in the Trump camp, to see people like Lindsey Graham being able to be called the winner so early in the evening? And I wonder, in those times, was it a media mirage? The media loves anything that has drama to it. And could there be an upset? There's a cliffhanger. And Lindsey Graham, he's an institution there. Does this show that maybe there is a little more stability in Trump world than some gave them credit for?
Well, I think it shows that there's not going to be a huge Democratic wave when it comes to some of these. I mean, on the absolute dream scenario for Democrats in the Senate is, yes, they pick off somebody like a Lindsey Graham. Right now, I'm pretty sure, and you can fact check me if this isn't the case, but John Hickenlooper is the only one that we declaratively have said has flipped a Senate seat from red to blue out in Colorado. And so I think it does say that, we can still have a quote-unquote Democratic wave in some form or fashion, but it's not going to be certainly a tsunami, not certainly the levels that we saw just 2 years ago in the midterms. And if you're the Biden campaign or if you're Donald Trump, looking at what's another big state that has a big Senate and a big presidential race, there's a number of them, but we were talking about Texas. How many people there are voting for John Cornyn and Joe Biden? Do those voters exist? And if so, what kind of impact do they have? And so, there's a lot of tea leaves that are being read right now, and some of them rightfully so. I think if you're part of the Trump campaign, you're cautiously optimistic internally, maybe outwardly. We've seen a lot of jubilation on social media about polls that have been wrong in Florida so far, because we do have quite a bit of that vote in right now. But again, I'd avoid any kind of sweeping generalizations other than the fact that it's going to be a long night.
So if I were to look through your eyes to see this tonight, what other than let's take Pennsylvania off the table. What is the biggest race that you're watching to help you understand where we are and maybe where we're going?
Well, we still have the three southeastern states, and that is going into tonight. Those were the three that we all had our eyes on, or at least I did. Florida, we talked about that so much. Georgia and North Carolina. The reason being, again, those are part of the 2016 Trump map. If one of them flipped, that would have been a huge sign. If none of them flip, then we're back to kind of to square one. Then that would have kind of been indicator for the Biden campaign. It's going to be a good night, or maybe even just icing on the cake. Right now, because we do have a large percentage of the vote in Ohio, I think the most interesting states for the next few hours to be looking at, in addition to those, I guess, are Arizona and Ohio, because those are two states that, again, they're on that battleground map, which is a little bit bigger than we're used to necessarily talking about, and they do have large percentages of the vote in. Now, just because you have a large percentage of the vote in doesn't mean you can call a race. If it's really tight, you can have 99% of the vote in and still not be able to call it. So it's important that we not confuse those two. But if we're kind of looking at over the next couple hours, we do have, most of the states that we're really looking at have polls have closed. And so it's really just about getting those numbers in and then keeping in mind where those numbers are coming from, which honestly is not always clear, whether it's that early voting or whether it's in-person voting. That makes such a big difference.
In those two states you just mentioned, Ohio on track right now with 80% reporting to stick with President Trump. We'll see. And then also Arizona on track to deviate this year, perhaps 72% reporting, and Joe Biden ahead by 9 points. But as this changes moment to moment, we're keeping everybody updated. Senior politics editor Andrew Rafferty, thank you so much. We'll talk to you again in just a little bit. We continue also to check in with our network of local stations across the country. 60 stations in 42 markets. They experience this very differently, and I think it's really valuable to help us experience that collectively. It includes the Phoenix area, Arizona. KNXV reports their people are still waiting in line in some parts of Mesa.
I'm Megan Thompson in Mesa, Arizona, where we are monitoring the situations out at polling locations and what the experience has been like for voters. Here in Mesa, this is the convention center. We've really seen lines fluctuate throughout the day. The wait time anywhere between 15 minutes to 1 hour. But everyone we've talked to coming out of the voting center has told us they've had a mostly pleasant experience. The biggest thing was waiting in line, but everything went relatively smoothly here. They're just dedicated to taking the time out here tonight to cast their vote in this election. We'll continue to monitor the situation here in Mesa, Arizona.
And up north, President Trump is in the lead right now in Michigan, but it's not the presidential race that got the attention of people in the Wolverine state. They had another one they were looking at really closely. Joining us from Detroit, Michigan is Rudy Harper with our sister station. Close Senate race in that state tonight. Rudy, Republican businessman John James, he is challenging the incumbent Democrat Gary Peters in what's become the most expensive Senate race in Michigan's history. If you could just catch us up on the stakes of that race.
Yeah, hey, Chance, good evening to you, and thanks for having us. Yeah, both these candidates say everything's at stake today. On the ballot for these voters?
Well, rats, it looks like the live transmission seized up right there. But again, Gary Peters, okay, I think we have Rudy back. Rudy, I hope you're there. Back at you.
Yep, I'm here, Chance. Can you hear me? Yeah, yeah, sorry, election day.
It just happens sometimes, guys. It is election night, and our network of stations is broad. We wanted to go to WXYZ in Detroit because, again, Michigan, it went last time in favor of Donald Trump instead of Hillary Clinton, but the margin was this slim. This year, that could happen again. We'll see. If I'm checking the live results, and this changes every millisecond here, Michigan right now, the AP has 36% reporting. Donald Trump up by 12 points at this moment. But again, the Senate race also could help decide the power balance right now. Gary Peters, he's the incumbent. He's a Democrat, but he was given a run for his money by the Republican. We're going to keep checking in with all of our reporters locally and nationally, and I think we have our campaign reporters right after this quick break. Newsy 2020 special coverage continues right after this. Email that isn't junk? You should know about Newsy's daily newsletter. It's breaking news right to your inbox. Get caught up quick with the best Newsy stories every day. Join us at signup.newsy.com. Be informed, not influenced. Newsy just gives you the facts.
For when you just want to sit down and get caught up with what's actually happening.
Be informed, not influenced.
Newsy's 2020 election coverage sponsored by CuriosityStream.
Did you know that despite growing out of dirt in the ground, mushrooms are more closely related to animals than they are to plants? Learn more in The Kingdom, How Fungi Made Our World on CuriosityStream. CuriosityStream is the streaming video service full of thousands of documentary films and TV shows about nature, science, history, travel, the world's most fascinating people, and pretty much anything else you want to learn about. Spark your curiosity on any device that can stream video. Learn more and sign up today at curiositystream.com.
How can Experian Boost help you?
I raised my score 13 points with Experian Boost.
I raised it 17.
It's not a competition.
But I win.
Thanks, Experian.
Thank you so much.
Boost your credit scores instantly, free. Download the Experian app now.
We're going to need a lot of wine to get through this year. First Leaf's got your back with great wines delivered right to your door. Get 6 bottles of outstanding wine, normally $149.95, now just $39.95 with free shipping. Rate your wines and we'll find new ones personalized for you. With over 1,000 awards, we guarantee you'll love these wines. Get 6 bottles of great wine for only $39.95. Visit firstleaf.com/TV today.
At Trade, we're not here to sell you the perfect morning. We're just here to deliver great coffee from great roasters. That's why we've curated over 400 coffees from the best roasters across the country. Try a new roast as often as you like. 30% off your first bag and free shipping.
Are you over the age of 50 and considering buying an annuity in the next 60 days? I have some important news for you. Don't buy an annuity until you understand the pros and cons of annuities. Call now for this free book on maximizing your income in retirement. Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers from leading financial firm J.D. Milberg. That's right, free. This book reveals little-known truths about annuities in simple-to-understand terms. Grab a pen right now because we're about to offer you this free book that unlocks the 5 little-known truths we believe baby boomers and seniors should know before buying an annuity. And it's free.
Call 800-439-8131.
As a bonus, we'll also throw in a free annuity rate report. We researched numerous products and summarized rates and benefits of annuities, all from Sentinel Security Life Insurance Company.
Call 800-439-8131. That's 800-439-8131. Call now.
Now, let's get to our campaign reporters tonight on Newsy 2020. Willie Jane Zinman here in Washington, right near the White House where the president is, and Alex Miller in Wilmington, Delaware, right near where campaign headquarters are for Joe Biden. Willie, I'm just going to come to you first. Right now, battleground states, if we look at 9 battlegrounds, President Trump, as of this moment, according to the AP, is ahead in 7 of those 9. He's having a better night at this time, and it's 10:30 Eastern, than maybe even internally they expected.
Yeah, and that's in fact the case. I was just taking a look at Twitter just now. Jason Miller, a senior campaign advisor, just tweeted simply, "It's happening," with a mind-blown emoji. They say that they have the ground game all along for this 2020 election, getting folks out to vote, especially in states like Florida, a key battleground state that the president wants to repeat his success in 2016. That's the quickest and easiest way to victory for the president and for his campaign, is to repeat that 2016 map with states like Florida, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin as well. But they've also made a play for states like Nevada, also Minnesota as well, with the margin of victory there for former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton in 2016, very close, defeating President Trump. But he thinks he has some inroads there with the white working class voters. He thinks he has some insight there in terms of reaching out to people who work in the manufacturing industry and in the energy industry, I should say. So the president's campaign, they seem to be happy about this news so far tonight, and they're hoping for a win tonight on election night, Chance.
Alex Miller, what's going on in Biden world?
Yeah, I think that it's important to differentiate between the different battleground states and how much they have tabulated, how much of the absentee mail-in vote is in, and how much is election day results. Florida, North Carolina, Georgia, those states are able to tabulate their results very quickly, and that is something that the Biden campaign knew ahead of time, and they were hoping that they would do well in those states to get them out to an early lead. Of course, none of those battleground states have officially been projected yet, though Florida has the entirety of their vote is in. But when you look at states like Michigan and Wisconsin and Pennsylvania, they have not tabulated all of their mail-in and election day votes. When I spoke with a congresswoman yesterday from Pennsylvania, we were talking about counting these mail-in votes, and she said her county is going to tabulate those first. But there were other areas of Pennsylvania that were not planning to tabulate their mail-in ballots until after they tabulated their election day ballots. So that changes the balance of things, and that changes the momentum for where we feel the state is going to lean. Similarly, that is what's happening in Michigan. I was just texting with a congressman who said as much, that they're not concerned specifically about the mail-in vote right now in Michigan because it simply has not been tabulated as quickly as the election day vote. So, of course, the Biden campaign is likely concerned right now looking at the numbers, and especially in the Southeast. But when you look at the Midwest, this is really where they were paying attention to in the first place. Michigan and Pennsylvania have already said they're not getting their results in tonight. And so at least that gives them a little bit more hope in the coming hours, the coming days, possibly, if they can pick up. Look, if they lose Wisconsin, they're in big trouble. But they also are looking at Arizona, and he is leading right now in Arizona. And so that could offset some of the losses that they were hoping not to be losses in the Southeast.
But can I ask you, you said there's still a little bit of hope, and actually I want to say in the Midwest, my home state, Missouri, it just went for President Trump. We can now call Missouri in the category of President Trump 10 electoral votes. But it's really the upper Midwest that matters. And Alex, if I could just stick with what you were saying, that there is still hope in, the Biden orbit for this. I'm wondering, when you talk with a congressman from Michigan and they talk about, well, there are all these complexities. That's true. And every politician knows how to say that stuff. I'm wondering, have you gotten a sense of how much of that is puffery and how much of it is real? Because, people were saying that, honestly, 4 years ago up until the very last moment.
Yeah. I'm sure it's somewhat of a mix, right? Of course, that a lot of these members of Congress, Joe Biden surrogates, Joe Biden supporters, are extremely nervous, and like we were talking about earlier today about them being cautiously optimistic. So I'm sure that plays into it a little bit. But you have to look at the laws in these states, which is something that I spoke with a number of surrogates and campaign officials about over the course of the last few days is, how are you going to feel if President Trump comes out and declares a victory early on in the night? And, basically they said, we're not concerned about this because the laws or the votes are the votes. And so whatever the count ends up being is what it will be, whatever order it comes in. And I mean, you have to think about these laws in Michigan and Michigan and Pennsylvania rather versus in Florida, they were able to start tabulating right away so that once the polls closed, they were able to give those projections much sooner. Michigan and Wisconsin are not the same. Now, that's not to say that President Trump might not come away with it, but you just have to think about the absentee ballots, the mail-in ballots in Michigan, Pennsylvania. Those were leaning heavily towards registered Democratic voters, and if those haven't been counted yet, you might see the numbers start to shift a little bit. Now, that's not to say that President Trump certainly cannot walk away with it. He won both of those states in 2016, so Democrats are rightly concerned and nervous about it, but it doesn't necessarily, the earlier tabulations just from Election Day don't necessarily guarantee him the victory. I mean, the vote specifically in Pennsylvania is about 50% mail-in ballots and 50% in-person on Election Day voting. And so if you're really only considering part of that, you're not getting the entire picture until they tabulate it. Philadelphia specifically only calculated a fraction of their mail-in ballots today. They've already said they're not going to finish tonight. And when I was talking with Congresswoman Madeline Dean yesterday, I visited her in her suburban Philadelphia district. She said that the issue in 2016 wasn't that her district and county wasn't supportive of Hillary Clinton. She won the district overwhelmingly. It's that people stayed home. And so she said it's going to be about turnout, and that if more people in her district can actually turn out to vote, the rest of the registered Democrats turn out to vote, they could turn Pennsylvania just in that county alone, because the margin that President Trump won by in 2016 was so slim.
Alex, I think those 36 caveats you just laid out are good reminders for all of us to not jump too far ahead too soon. But, Willie, I'm looking at the latest count right here. Joe Biden, 131 electoral votes. President Trump, 108 electoral votes. And we know that going into this, he issued all these warnings. You know, he said that there are going to be problems, there could be fraud, all of this. But as we've gotten through the day more, he's saying we're looking great all over the country, reading his, latest tweet here. We are going to hear from him tonight. Any sense of what we might hear from him? Because, again, we did hear early on these warnings about a red mirage. Did that exist? We don't know yet. But that some of the earliest vote could show up red. But again, it's trending more red than many people believed.
Yeah, and from it, what it looks like, the president is having a great night. But as Alex laid out perfectly, we still have to wait for these results in key states. And we could potentially hear from the president tonight. Kellyanne Conway, former advisor to the president, told ABC News that is in fact the case, that he could address the nation in some type of capacity from the East Room of the White House. We know that he has hundreds of supporters gathered in the White House, perhaps for a small gathering of sorts, as hundreds of people, of course, isn't a small gathering, but the president is perhaps looking for a good night tonight. He's looking for good news. He was talking to supporters and campaign staffers earlier today. He predicted a great night for himself and for his campaign, but clearly, Chance, we have to wait for these vote totals to come in. We have to wait for those mail-in and absentee ballots to be counted across the country. But if he gets those key states, Florida being one of them, North Carolina picks up Arizona, keeps it in his column, and it looks good for him in other states like Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. That could be a good night for the president. But again, we could be waiting days for those results in those key states, Chance.
Which is probably an apt time for the reminder that we know here at Newsy, voters will be the ones who decide who wins. And until somebody hits 270, there is no winner just yet, no matter what either candidate says. And we're going to bring you the facts and the numbers as we have them, okay? Alex Miller in Delaware tonight, Billy James Inman in Washington. Thank you both. We'll talk to you very soon. But for now, let's send it up to Chicago, Illinois.
All right. Thank you, Chance. Well, a lot is changing right now in the race to 270. So I want to bring in Andrew Rafferty right now and give you guys another update just to echo what Chance was saying. Joe Biden has 131 electoral votes. President Trump 108 right now. So, Andrew, we also saw that President Trump is ahead in a few key states like Texas, Georgia, and Pennsylvania. So if you're in Biden's camp right now, are you feeling a little bit nervous? Is it too early to feel nervous at all?
I think you're definitely feeling nervous because none of the really early signs that you were hoping for in your best case scenario have happened. And it looks like you're down in some of these places where you spent a lot of time, you spent a lot of money. I think the big thing, now, none of those were necessarily on the Biden needs to win path to victory map. But I think in the Florida vote specifically, there are probably some alarm bells in terms of Hispanic voters. We have some data that comes in of the survey of voters, who they voted for, and of course, because this has been such a weird election and how people have voted, the Associated Press contacts a number of people, and one of the key groups, obviously in Florida, is Hispanics, and those numbers show a pretty significant margin. Now, that's not to say I think Biden will still win Hispanic voters in Florida, even if he does lose the state. But if Trump, again, it's about those margins, and if President Trump is able to cut into those, like it looks like this preliminary data shows, that could potentially translate to some other states out west, primarily Nevada. Now, the other, obviously, Hispanic heavy state is Arizona, and so we'll see. Right now, Maricopa County, which is the largest area in the state, is actually going for Joe Biden right now. But when it comes to the Democratic, we called it in 2016 the firewall. We kind of stopped talking about it after Hillary Clinton, it collapsed for her. The Midwest is really what it looks like will be the key for Democrats to win. And again, some of those states that are going to be the most important for that, we're not going to really have a good idea of what they are. And Ohio's the one where we have a lot of votes in right now. It was publicly polling showing Donald Trump. If it stands and it's a little bit closer, then maybe that's a good sign for the Biden campaign. But again, it's never really a good sign unless you outright win a state.
So, Andrew, I want to go back to what you were saying about the Black and Latino voters, especially in Florida. How have the two campaigns approached this? Because obviously Florida is one of those states that is a key state to winning the election this year. So in what ways, I guess, have their approaches been kind of different?
Yeah, well, some of my colleagues here at Newsy have actually done a lot of reporting. There were Democratic strategists in and around Florida, really, who focus on the Hispanic vote, who were kind of raising the alarm bells for the Biden campaign that they weren't doing enough. You remember back in the primaries so long ago, it was actually Bernie Sanders who did really strongly with Latino voters in places like Nevada, California. And so the Biden campaign, that was never his strongest demographic. African-American voters, older African-American voters, were really with Joe Biden. That's ultimately what powered him through to the nomination. And so the problem, one of the problems that Hillary Clinton had was she lost some of those voters from, we call it the Obama coalition, just because she didn't excite African-American voters as much as Barack Obama did. And now Joe Biden, and one of his big challenges this time around was to really regain and kind of motivate that voting bloc. And so we know he was able to do it with older voters, but the problem for him was always those younger Black voters, and I think that's a big reason why you saw President Obama on the campaign trail so much for him in these closing days, because he does have that appeal. But whether or not he's able to ultimately do that, I think could be one of the big kind of telltale signs of how this is going to play out.
Senior politics editor Andrew Rafferty. We're going to check back in with you throughout the night. Andrew, thank you. And we're also checking in with all of our local stations that we've been talking about across the country. We've been showing you that President Trump is ahead in a lot of the states that really matter, and that includes Florida. So let's listen in on our affiliate in Tampa.
We spoke with the FBI about what it is seeing as the next threat tonight and heading into the coming days.
You need to understand that our foreign adversaries are posting pieces of information specifically to increase social unrest and to sow disinformation that would undermine confidence in the U.S. election system. So that post that you read that seems to be from Joe Smith, the farmer in the Midwest, that may be from someone who's really a citizen of a foreign country acting at that foreign country's direction.
And you're seeing this?
Absolutely.
The FBI tells us it has been preparing for months for any violations of federal election laws and any unrest that could come from the election. Again, preparing for months leading up to now. And we also want to give you a hotline. If you have seen any issues, there's a hotline that you can call. That's 1-866-308-6739. That is the state hotline to report issues. I'm Kylie McGivern. Back to you.
Kylie, thank you for the information. Meanwhile, both President Trump and Joe Biden are watching
election results very closely right now with their families. The president is at the White House. CNN reporting he's been on the phone and speaking in person to family members and advisors about these results, and the White House suggesting he will make a public appearance in some form or another from the White House tonight, regardless of what happens. Of course, we will bring that to you as soon as we get that. Meanwhile, Joe Biden is at his home with family in Wilmington, Delaware. He reportedly does have a speech prepared for whatever happens with this election. A friend telling CNN he is trying to take in the weight and the history of all of this. Paul, how are those local races looking here?
Well, if we're talking about Florida right now, we're looking at red for Donald Trump. It hasn't been called yet, and there's questions about why that hasn't happened. The map is still very much in play countrywide. That's still happening. The math flipping back and forth from blue to red, from Biden to Trump. But let's talk about Florida for a second and drill down into county by county. As you were mentioning here, Isabel, and you see where the blue is, you see where the red is. Pretty typical. Blue coming in those metro areas, the red coming in the rural areas. Of course, the big divide line is in the suburbs, and then Donald Trump outperforming in South Florida, particularly Miami-Dade. But the questions we're getting here tonight is that 97% of the precincts reporting in, how come they haven't called Florida yet? So we're still waiting on that remaining 3% or so. I want to bring in our political strategists. Actually, I'm told we don't have that, but now we're going to take a look at some of our local Bay Area races. We'll go back to Isabel for a second. Isabel, you take it away.
Yeah, I got this, Paul. Continuing our live team coverage now in Pinellas County. You know that Pinellas County is important. It's a purple county. It's a pivot county here in Florida. It has already called for Joe Biden tonight with less than 1,300 votes of separation. If that doesn't show you the importance of every vote counts, I don't know what does. Let's bring in our ABC Action News reporter, Sarah Hollenbeck. She has more information. Hey, Sarah.
Hey, good evening. Yes, a lot of people casting a ballot tonight in Pinellas County. In fact, they had about 79% of voters cast a ballot. That's something that the supervisor of elections says is phenomenal. And Isabel, we just got the latest numbers here in Pinellas County separating Joe Biden and President Donald Trump. Just 1,070 votes. That just tells you how close this election was here in Pinellas County, and really what we're seeing all across Tampa Bay and all across Florida, that this election is very close. Now, here in Pinellas County, we're also hearing from voters who say that they are energized, they are invigorated, and a lot of them turned out to the polls today to talk about some of the biggest issues that they're seeing, which is jobs, the economy, and of course the environment. Since right here in Pinellas County, we're on the Gulf, we've got the bay next to us, so water really surrounds our entire county. So lots of people finding interest in the race today. They turned out in record numbers, either voting by mail, voting early, or voting in person today. And everyone now just anxious to see how this presidential candidate, which one we'll see, will win Florida. Reporting live in St. Pete, Sarah Hollenbeck, ABC Action News.
Hey, Pinellas County is so important, but it's not about the popular vote. It's about what all 67 counties are doing.
Our station there is on the ground to tell us what's happening. And at the top of the hour, we'll be here with our campaign reporters.
With millions out of work and reduced hours for many more, Newsy provides a roadmap where we've been to how we can recover. Help wanted, Newsy's guide to our new economy, now streaming.
We're working hard to get you the news you need.
We dig a little deeper on the stories of the day.
That's why we're here.
To help start making sense of it all.
Newsy's 2020 election coverage sponsored by CuriosityStream.
I don't think Bert has ever fit in. To Bert, what is out the window is always more important than what is going on inside. He lives in a horde of his own personal peculiarities.
See what the buzz is all about on CuriosityStream.
Bert is an icon. His image speaks as language.
Things always sort of fell in place. Bert's Buzz on CuriosityStream.
Traditional masks can be uncomfortable, hot, and painful around your ears. Not anymore.
From Mission, the leaders in comfortable textile technology, comes the new adjustable, multi-layered, all-season gaiter for the ultimate comfort in face and neck coverage. Used by the world's greatest athletes, professional sports teams, and collegiate teams around the country. The multi-layered design with 360 degrees of adjustability means it will keep you covered and comfortable all day long in any kind of weather. Mission's adjustable all-season gaiter comfortably customizes to you, thanks to our new Easy Lock Draw Cord for a gentle, snug fit that won't slip. All Mission products offer effective UPF 50 sun protection and are machine washable, so you can use them over and over again. Order your own Mission all-season adjustable gaiter starting as low as $19.99. Order right now and enter the TV exclusive promo code below to receive free shipping on your entire order. Go to mission.com to order.
Could you be a target for identity theft or cybercrime?
You put locks on your doors and windows, an alarm system on your home, but protecting yourself from cyber threats isn't that straightforward.
In the last year, there were 3 victims of cybercrime every second. As technology evolves, so do the criminals. That's why you need more protection than ever to help safeguard your personal information. Now, Norton 360 with LifeLock provides an all-in-one membership for your cyber safety that includes identity theft protection, device security, a VPN for online privacy, and more. And if you have an identity theft problem, we'll work to fix it with our $1 million protection package.
With all the things that can happen, you need all-in-one protection. That's why I trust Norton 360 with LifeLock.
Norton 360 with LifeLock. Use promo code JOIN25 to save 25% off your first year and get a free shredder with annual membership. Call now, start your membership, or visit lifelock.com/join25.
10:52 p.m. in the East Coast, and I'm Chance Seals in Washington with Newsy 2020. Let's get to Nevada, a state we haven't touched on yet, but the Trump campaign has now filed a lawsuit in Clark County. Our sister station KTNV explains what's happening there.
The president filed an emergency election lawsuit to keep polls open until 8 o'clock, citing machine troubles earlier in the day. 13 Action News reporter Jeremy Chen is joining us live with more on the decision regarding this lawsuit. Jeremy.
Yeah, Tricia, when it comes to that particular lawsuit, 30 different polling places here in Clark County will remain open until 8 p.m. Now, originally polls were supposed to close everywhere across the state at around, at least here in Clark County, at around 7 p.m. As far as this particular place, we're at Goolsby Elementary School here in Summerlin, which is one of the 30 places that are allowed to open until 8 p.m. As of right now, you can easily walk in right now. It's not really an issue as far as lines. We haven't really seen a line at this particular location. But again, at 8 p.m., as long as you are in a line at one of those 30 polling places here in Clark County, you will be able to cast your ballot. So just make sure you stay in line. Of course, all this happened because of the fact that the Trump campaign said there were technological issues that happened earlier this morning, which caused delays to when those polling sites would open. Again, 30 polling sites here in Clark County open until 8 p.m. So just keep that in mind. Jeremy Chen, 13 Action News.
That is Nevada, and it's clear both parties, they are scrapping not only for the White House, they want control of Congress right now. Democrats want to seize it in the Senate. Republicans want to hang on to it. Both are in jeopardy. Newsy Congressional reporter Nathaniel rejoins us now live from the Capitol. I'm looking at the latest AP results, and it's 41-41 right now for both parties. And one thing that has been called, Democrats are not thrilled about this, but they were anticipating it. In Alabama, Doug Jones lost his seat.
Exactly. So if John Cornyn, if Cory Gardner was the most vulnerable Republican and his seat was won by a Democrat, you could say that Doug Jones was the most vulnerable Democrat, his seat now won by a Republican. Of course, former Auburn University football coach Tommy Tuberville won that seat. Now, that's a seat that was originally a pickup by Doug Jones. That was a special election way back when he was running against Judge Roy Moore, who, of course, certainly a controversial candidate who had come under fire for his relationship with underage girls. The fact that he'd been tossed off the high court in that state when he served as a judge, I believe, for just a little bit less than a year. So that was certainly a race where they weren't expecting a Democrat to win there, but certainly he ran against what you can say a quote-unquote flawed GOP opponent. So the fact that now he's running against Tommy Tuberville, who's kind of a classic run-of-the-mill guy, was a football coach. Football, obviously, a big deal in that state. of course, Doug Jones losing re-election. So that was a seat that was expected, of course, to flip, barring any unexpected changes. Of course, Doug Jones was the underdog in that race. But at this point, I mean, if you look at the flips, it's one Democrat seat has been flipped and one Republican seat has been flipped. So in a weird way, we're in the exact same place in terms of numbers that we were at the start of the night. We're still waiting on many more of these other, more tight races to close in the next couple of hours.
And I think we have like 30 or 40 seconds here, Nate. It looks like North Carolina, a lot of people watching that, AP has 92% reporting. Tom Tillis, who's the incumbent Republican, right now he's in the lead.
Well, it's an interesting situation in North Carolina because you know that it was already called for Governor Roy Cooper. He's the Democratic governor. AP has called that. They say that he will retain control for another 4 years as the governor of North Carolina. Well, now you have a Democratic governor call, but now you're also seeing these returns which seem to be favoring incumbent Senator Tom Tillis over Cal Cunningham. Now, Cal Cunningham was running ahead of Tom Tillis for most of this campaign, so there's some potential there could be votes that we're not seeing yet. But at the same time, Cal Cunningham did have somewhat of a sexting scandal where it turned out that he had been exchanging text messages with a female, I believe, a campaign associate or a consultant to his campaign, and that certainly had been making headlines in the past several weeks in North Carolina, but it wasn't clear from polls that that was actually affecting him. So obviously we're still waiting for a lot of results to come in that North Carolina Senate race.
Let us see. And in our next hour, I want to talk to you more out west, Montana and Arizona. Two interesting races there. Nathaniel Reed at the Capitol tonight. Nate, thank you. See you in just a bit. Our campaign reporters with the Biden campaign and Trump campaign join us right after this on Newsy 2020.
Do you want all of your news? I have your back. How about fitting it into your busy schedule every day? That could be really hard, right? Well, I have you covered there, too. We're going to have a great time. So join me every day, 7 o'clock, right here on Newsy.
We take a step away from the noise and spin to really hear the stories that need to be told. Newsy cuts through.
Newsy's 2020 election coverage sponsored by CuriosityStream.
Did you know that despite growing out of dirt in the ground, mushrooms are more closely related to animals than they are to plants? Learn more in The Kingdom, How Fungi Made Our World on CuriosityStream. CuriosityStream is the streaming video service full of thousands of documentary films and TV shows about nature, science, history, travel, the world's most fascinating people, and pretty much anything else you want to learn about. Spark your curiosity on any device that can stream video. Learn more and sign up today at curiositystream.com.
Cover it up. That's what I did when I started losing my hair. Then I realized I could actually do something. Now I use Keeps, the easiest way to keep my hair. And it only costs $1 a day, which means no more covering up. Get started at Keeps.com.
Each year, Americans waste $21 billion by overpaying on car insurance. That's why I went to thezebra.com. Because while every company claims to save you money on car insurance, the Zebra shows you who actually can.
Compare car insurance for free at thezebra.com today.
The Ridge wallet does a lot more than a typical wallet. It's small and modern and expands to hold cards and cash. It's made from military-grade material. It comes in 12 colors with a cash draft or a money clip. It blocks RFID, has a lifetime warranty, and free shipping and return. Get 10% off today at ridge.com/TV.
Why do I have life insurance? Because I want to make sure that these kids are always taken care of. My life insurance policy with Jenny Life gives me peace of mind. For $1 a day, I've got up to $500,000 in coverage. Visit jennylife.com to get a policy in minutes.
Mom, thank God you're going to be okay.
So relieved. But you both should know when my time comes, I have a final expense policy with Senior Care USA.
Is Senior Care USA the life insurance policy that helps loved ones pay for funeral expenses and other debts? Bill and I called to get more information.
Yes, and there's an immediate payout of up to $50,000.
If you're over 50, call Senior Care USA now to learn more about final expense insurance plans.
There's no medical exam, even if you have a pre-existing condition like I do. When I called, the quote was free, and there was no pressure.
I found out that policies start for as little as 35 cents a day. Rates will never increase and coverage won't decrease.
I'm going to call today.
Ask about the free prescription discount card. Oh, so glad you'll be taken care of.
Call 1-800-930-2832. That's 1-800-930-2832.
have made America strong again. We have made America proud again.
America's facing a confluence of crises, unlike anything in living memory.
Kicking off what might become the most pivotal hour of the night. Polls closing in every state except Alaska and Hawaii. The campaigning is over. The counting is underway. Newsy's mission on full display. Our team of reporters across more than 40 cities working hard to bring you the facts of what's happening on the ground. The detail of what drove this vote and the real-time tracking of who's ahead. No opinion, just straightforward facts. Coverage that's accurate. This is Newsy's live special coverage of the 2020 presidential election. Good evening, I'm Chan Seals, live in our Washington studio here at Newsy. You're watching Newsy's special coverage of the 2020 presidential election. In just moments, we're going to take you around the country with our correspondents coast to coast. Morning Rush host Alex Livingston joins me now from Studio A. She is in Chicago this evening. And Alex, been around for 2 hours now. A lot has changed from when we first joined this broadcast together, and we still don't know the outcome.
We don't, and I see you have a bottle of water on your desk. I have about a couple down here too. So it's a marathon, not a sprint. That's what my grandpa always says. Well, when we're talking about polls, they are now closed in a few more states, especially when we look at California. It's the state with the largest haul of electoral votes, and we are just now learning that Joe Biden has won California. So that's an update for you. But as far as the polls are going, the parts of Washington, Oregon, Idaho, and most of Washington state, they're closed. So we should be seeing results from the West Coast shortly, Chance.
Alex, thank you. Let's get out to our campaign reporters because they're the ones who are connected to these campaigns. As everything happens in real time, they can ask them, how are they doing? So let me just set the table real quick. Joe Biden, he's at 209 electoral votes. California is the big haul of all the big hauls when it comes to electoral votes. And President Trump right now is at 112. Okay, so Joe Biden, Alex Miller here in Delaware, and Willie James Inman in Washington, you look at that and think Joe Biden, 100 ahead. He is, sitting pretty. Well, some of the outstanding votes are the ones that really could swing this thing. So let's start with you, Alex. You cover the Biden campaign. Florida. They had hoped to win Florida. Joe Biden went, Kamala Harris went, every surrogate went, but it's extremely close right now, 97% reporting, and President Trump's ahead by about 3.5 points. Is Joe Biden, do they consider writing this off at this point?
I think that they're not going to officially write anything off until it's called, but I think you can kind of see the writing on the wall at this point, especially when you consider how much President Trump won by in 2016 in the state. I mean, it was about half of that at this point. It's just interesting to look at Florida specifically because obviously we know the Joe Biden campaign has done a lot of fundraising. They spent a lot of that money in Florida on advertising, on sending resources. They sent President Obama there multiple times. He crisscrossed the state from the north to the south. They sent Joe Biden there himself. He went to two areas of Florida. Senator Harris, Dr. Jill Biden went there. They sent a ton of resources down there. They were really thinking that there was a possibility it could flip, especially with the way that the president has handled coronavirus. They were thinking they would be able to get senior citizens. When I was down in Florida last week in the Broward County area, which is just outside of Miami, there were a ton of young voters out there supporting him. I saw some families from Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School where the Parkland shooting was. So I think that they thought there was going to be some momentum. And early on in the night, when you look at some of the counties, that he won Pinellas County, which is Obama-Trump County. So I think an early indicator might have made them feel much better, obviously, than they feel now.
Willie, you cover the Trump campaign, and right now, like I said, you look at the math, and just on its face, President Trump has 112, Joe Biden has 209. A lot of people, they look at that and they think, okay, Biden's going to seal the victory. But the math, you've been looking into this for the Trump campaign. It's maybe better than at the beginning of the night they thought it was going to be.
Yeah, it certainly is, Chance, and they really talked up that ground game is key to getting out people to vote. And for the most part, the president anticipated that his voters, and we looked at this through statistics, we can verify this through public polling as well, that Republicans, they plan to vote and turn out on Election Day. So that's why you saw the president campaign so heavily yesterday in states like Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan as well. But Florida, he's done a bit of campaigning there, and that's a state that the president really wants to win. And I've talked with voters there, and a lot of the concerns that they have, concerns about Democrats leaning towards socialism. Joe Biden, of course, has denied that, and the concerns about the economic recovery. The president tends to get good marks on that for the most part. So those are some of the concerns, especially in the Hispanic community. The president does better with Hispanics in Florida compared to Arizona and Nevada and other states that have Mexican Americans. In Florida, it's more Venezuelan Americans and also Cuban Americans that lean heavily Republican. But for Joe Biden, the Puerto Rican vote is key. The Puerto Rican vote tends to lean more Democratic, and in his column, but for President Trump tonight, the performance in Florida seems to be really looking really good for the Trump campaign so far, Chance.
And let's just call a few races that are coming in right now out west, because these are the ones that each team knew they had in their column already, but we want to just formalize it right here, calling through the AP. Right now, Joe Biden has California on his side with 55 electoral votes. That is the most out of any state in this union, and he had it. But he had it even, 3 days ago and 3 years ago. Next up, Oregon is also coming in, and Oregon is also going to fall into Democratic territory. Joe Biden getting Oregon's 7 electoral votes. Just north of that, Washington. In Washington state, we can also let you know that Joe Biden has won that state 12 electoral votes. And also, this is going to the Trump campaign. We have Idaho, 4 electoral votes. That is for President Donald Trump. So, again, that puts us at 209 for Biden and 112 for Trump. Alex, I want to talk to you about math. Most of us, we're not math majors and probably not that interested in math, but suddenly 270 becomes crazy important on these nights. I looked this up. So in the end, Hillary Clinton got 232 electoral votes 4 years ago. Donald Trump got 306. If you look at Joe Biden right now, he's 209. That's pretty close to where Hillary Clinton ended up. And as I'm looking at the map right here, just playing with it through the AP, Arizona, that's still on the bubble, 11 electoral votes. Nevada, 6. Minnesota, 10. Then you get to the Pennsylvanias, North Carolinas that we don't know about. Going into this evening, Alex, Joe Biden had a whole lot more routes out there to 270 than Donald Trump. Is that still the case?
He still has plenty of routes to get to 270. First of all, none of the battleground states have officially been called yet. I think that's always important to point out, though Florida is obviously trending towards President Trump. Look, I am not good at math either. If you ask any of my math teachers, they would not say I should be in this business for the math. But I have spent quite a bit of time on these interactive maps, playing around, trying to figure out all the different routes that he has to 270. Of course, the shortest route that they have is through Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. So even if President Trump takes the other battleground states, if Joe Biden keeps Hillary Clinton's states and adds Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania, he wins. And so that is why the campaign likely still has some hope because of those 3 states. And we're not going to find out about Michigan and Pennsylvania for at least a day, if not more. They are not processing all of the mail-in ballots that they have. And Pennsylvania said that about half of their votes are mail-in ballots. Michigan just starting to process theirs as well. If you look at other routes, Arizona is included in that. If he's able to get Arizona, that takes a little bit of pressure off of him, especially if he's able to get also the Nebraska 2nd district. That's something that they thought that was a possibility. We even saw President Trump going there to defend that area. So there are still a few routes for him to win, not to mention we haven't talked about Iowa. There's still a possibility that he could win that state as well. And so that's another battleground state that the Biden campaign is likely trying to pay attention to, put it into their tabulation, and figure out if that could help them get to 270 as well.
Alex Miller in Delaware and Willie James Inman in Washington, thank you both. We'll see you in just a bit. A lot is changing moment to moment right now in the race to 270, so I want to bring in senior politics editor Andrew Rafferty tonight. Andrew, Joe Biden, he is 61 electoral votes away from the presidency, and Donald Trump is a little bit more. Again, I'm not a math major. Let me see, 270 minus 118. That's how much he is away from this. What is your big focus or takeaway at this moment?
Well, look, 61 is still a long way to go, and I think one thing that is becoming increasingly clear is that whoever wins this is not going to win it by any sort of huge mandate, which was a possibility that was on the table coming into today. You remember President Trump won with 306 electoral votes 4 years ago. A win is a win is a win. There's obviously the possibility, again, that we could see a split between the electoral college vote and the popular vote. And so I think then looking at some of these Democratic Senate races, there hasn't been any real surprises. In the races that have been called so far, everything's kind of going. The only real close one that we had our eyes on that has been decided really is South Carolina, Lindsey Graham holding on. And so what this all means is that we are looking at this is playing out to be a deeply divided country, which we knew coming in. And we know that however this shapes out, whether it's tomorrow morning or the next day, I don't think no one is going to enter the White House with any sort of mandate. Nobody is going to take over the Senate with any sort of mandate, likely. There's still a lot we don't know. But it does seem to be like there's no sort of overwhelming narrative like we saw in the 2018 midterms when there were historic gains from Democrats in the House. And so what does that mean? Well, it really impacts what governing will look like and what whoever the new president or reelected president kind of can do for over the next 4 years, whoever that may be, Chance.
We are ready to make another call right now, and it is 11:11 right now on the East Coast, and it looks like Utah, according to the AP, has now been declared in the column of President Trump. President Trump is winning Utah tonight. Now, I'm actually just looking at this right now, Andrew, that the Trump campaign has just sent out an email to supporters saying, we need to fight back. That's a quote. And saying, I need your help to ensure we have a massive war chest to protect the integrity of this election. And he kind of says how the media is going to try to lie and rip the power away from, his supporters. The fight seems like it's already beginning before we've had the end of many of these races.
Well, yeah, and Donald Trump's probably favorite foe is the media, and it's a foe that has been a pretty popular one for him and his supporters. Look, I think, we know how close Florida is. A lot of the vote is in. A lot of Republicans right now are pushing for a formal race declaration to be made. They're saying that somehow this is anti-Trump to not call the race when it is. Again, we just want to make sure, and we go by the Associated Press, that we get it right. That's the most important thing. It's not as important to be first. The most important thing is to get it right. And so a lot of these states are trending that we were watching so closely coming in tonight are trending certainly in his direction. And so that's why he's kind of emboldened, and the campaign is emboldened to really come after the media there. And you know what? It's important to note that the narrative has been that he is trailing and that his projections for him winning re-election were really low. The narrative coming into tonight was that Joe Biden was going to probably sail to victory, at least over the national polls. And so that's what they're right now at this moment. There's still a lot unknown, but there's a lot that his campaign is excited about. And so it's not unexpected for them to take advantage of this moment right now where we're in, where there's still a lot of votes that have to be counted and a lot of Americans who need to still make sure that their voices get heard in the electoral process.
I'm just reading this now again because this is kind of the crunch time of night when everything starts spurting out. And one of our reporters here is telling us in Florida, two of the Democrats who won in 2018, one of them is Donna Shalala. A lot of them know her from obviously the Clinton administration. They had flipped blue in 2018. And apparently this year they have now flipped back red. And so maybe this is not just an aberration when you look at this. If we're seeing some of these things happen in Florida and maybe in the South, at the House, perhaps the Senate, and presidential level, the map shades a little differently than many people expected.
Yeah, I mean, right now I think there was very high hopes because we call it the generic ballot where Democrats run in relation to Republicans. It showed really strong enthusiasm for Democrats. We talked about how many Democrats had requested early ballots. We saw huge turnout numbers in the early vote. But you know, it wasn't just Democrats who have turned out in a big, big way, Republicans as well. And we knew that they were going to show up largely in force today, but they also took advantage in large part of the early voting process too. And so I think when you specifically talk about Florida, there are some key demographics that the Biden campaign or that Democrats more generally have really not made any inroads with, or certainly not enough to make up whatever gaps that they have. And there's been some in the party, specifically among the Hispanic and really the Cuban American vote, that still remains to be strongly Republican and strongly in favor of Donald Trump. And so maybe we're seeing some of that in some of those Florida races. I think, you know, coming into tonight, certainly Democrats are expected to retain control of the House. They have a pretty pretty healthy majority there. But again, the margins matter in terms of how many more seats one party has than the other. We saw it very clearly in the confirmation battle in the Senate of Amy Coney Barrett, and it comes into whatever parties are in charge come beginning of next year, whether or not they have any sort of mandate. It certainly doesn't look like Democrats certainly won't have any sort of big mandate. But again, I don't want to speculate too much at this point because we just don't know a whole lot. So, but it is clear that any sort of dreams of a big blue wave, I think, have kind of gone out the window for most of the Democratic supporters right now.
And this is a side note. It's not nearly as major as a presidential or senatorial election, but our Kellen Howell, she's reporting that out in Arizona, you know, there are things on the ballots all over the place, and they have become the 13th state in Arizona to legalize cannabis for adult use. And so, you know, again, deservedly, the president and Senate and House, they get all the attention, but some of these other things are coming up that will impact individuals' lives. Senior politics editor Andrew Rafferty, we're going to check back in with you very soon. I have you on speed dial tonight. All right, we're going to go to a very quick break, and then we're going to talk to Andrew. We're going to talk to our campaign reporters, and we're going to be getting results also from James Packard in Chicago. This is the headquarters of the Biden-Harris campaign tonight. The night so far, not going as planned. The night, as we know, is not over yet. So we're going to keep you posted. We're on the ground everywhere. Newsy 2020 continues right after this.
Caught up on the news needs to work with your schedule, and Newsy has you covered. Download our streaming app for Roku and Amazon Fire TV to get up to speed with the biggest stories of the day. Newsy, be informed, not influenced.
Newsy just gives you the facts. For when you just want to sit down and get caught up with what's actually happening.
Be informed, not influenced.
Newsy's 2020 election coverage sponsored by CuriosityStream.
Did you know that despite growing out of dirt in the ground, mushrooms are more closely related to animals than they are to plants? Learn more in The Kingdom, How Fungi Made Our World on CuriosityStream. CuriosityStream is the streaming video service full of thousands of documentary films and TV shows about nature, science, history, travel, the world's most fascinating people, and pretty much anything else you want to learn about. Spark your curiosity on any device that can stream video. Learn more and sign up today at curiositystream.com.
This is not steak. This is a family tradition, 100 years in the making. This is hand-cut, butcher-selected beef, aged to peak tenderness. This isn't steak. This is Omaha Steaks. Home to all you crave. Seafood, chops, burgers, and of course, steak. All shipped right to your doorstep. This is Omaha Steaks, the best steak of your life, or your money back, guaranteed. Shop our Steak Lovers event and get free chicken and pork. Visit omahasteaks.com/TV.
Wear by Erin Andrews is a sportswear collection I started so that all women can support their teams in fan apparel that's fashion forward, comfortable, and can be worn everywhere, anywhere. Find it at fanatics.com, officially licensed everything.
Why do I have life insurance? Because I want to make sure that these kids are always taken care of. My life insurance policy with Jenny Life gives me peace of mind. For $1 a day, I've got up to $500,000 in coverage. Visit jennylife.com to get a policy in minutes.
At Trade, we're not here to sell you the perfect morning. We're just here to deliver great coffee from great roasters. You tell us your taste, and we'll carefully select a bag to deliver fresh to your door. 30% off your first bag and free shipping.
I wish I could try these glasses on first.
Here, step into the future where everything is possible. Welcome. Here you can try on Warby Parker glasses using only your phone.
Really? Wow, I like it here.
And I like these. You can stay, but I'll need my phone.
Okay.
Just shop prescription glasses starting at $95 and virtually try them on in the Warby Parker app.
You can't put a price on connection, so we didn't. With Text Now, you get a real phone number with unlimited nationwide calls and texts for $0 a month. Download Text Now for free today.
It is now 11:20, and this is Newsy 2020. I'm Chance Seals in Washington. Let's bring in our campaign reporters tonight. We are going to talk to Willie James Inman in just a minute, but right now let's bring in Alex Miller. She's covering the Biden campaign and is with them tonight in Wilmington, Delaware. Alex, the night, we always heard, I go back to when you and I talked, I guess it was about a month ago, and I think the Biden campaign manager said, this is a lot closer than people think. And she said, quote, like a lot closer. And tonight is like a lot closer.
Yeah, it is. I mean, if you think about the fact that they haven't called Florida yet, technically, even though the president is up by that much, I mean, you can tell how important every state, every vote is individually. I mean, they've called other states when we've had just a few % reporting just because they know how it's going to overwhelmingly vote. Like, it is neck and neck in all of these battleground states. And frankly, the Biden campaign did know that to some degree. I mean, they spent time campaigning as much as possible, but they did change their process of how they campaigned with the coronavirus restrictions. Part of this, of course, was for health and safety, and part of it was also for their projections. He is billing himself as the candidate who could lead this country out of the coronavirus, and so because of that, they really changed the way that they did campaign events. Frankly, yesterday I was in Pennsylvania, in Jenkintown, Pennsylvania, right outside of Philadelphia, and we stumbled on an event with Doug Emhoff, Senator Harris's husband, that they happened to let us into. Now, I have traveled to many other states since the coronavirus happened, and they have not let other reporters in. They have limited the amount of people that have been there, and I always found that interesting just from kind of the press outsider perspective, because I would travel to cities and speak with people on the street and they wouldn't necessarily know the campaign was there. And so I kind of had this question of, when I was in Charlotte, for instance, and most people there, I used to live there. That was my first TV reporting job out of college. Most people I know still there that were not in the media did not know that he was there. And so the campaign has really changed their tune all the way through. They know every state is important, and you could see how they picked it up really in the last couple of weeks, and how they realized that it might be a lot closer than they thought.
And I'm sure internally they're wondering, was it too little too late? Was it the right move to show we were trying to be responsible? Because, as we know, most campaigns are, they're like, yoo-hoo, over here, we're having a campaign event. Who has a camera? Who has a steno pad? Get our information out there. But again, they were trying to show circumspection and caution when it comes to COVID, which, medically was the right thing to do. You look electorally and we'll see if it paid off or not. Alex, I wonder, strategically, internally right now, I'm looking at something like North Carolina here. 94% reporting according to the AP right now, and President Trump leads by 1 point. That could easily swing back into Biden territory, but if it doesn't, if Biden continues to lose some of these areas down south and some of the swing states that they were hoping to pick up, do we go to a fallback like, in Maine? I'm seeing in here shade a little bit blue. A baby blue, I should say, not dark blue. Did they start to look like, can we get electoral vote by electoral vote in these districts?
I think that they're going to be a lot more confident in places like Maine than maybe in a place like Florida or Georgia or Texas. These late breaking, not Florida necessarily, but Georgia and Texas were not really, on the map for them until very recently. So you kind of have to look at the realistic expectations, the history of where these states have been in the past, and work from there almost. So, the campaign knows that their shortest path is still open right now. And so I'm sure that within the Biden House household right now where they're watching returns, or where all the campaign staffers are watching right now, they are still saying to each other, where our path is still open. Our main path, the path that we've been working towards, is still open at this point. Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. I mean, they blanketed the state yesterday. All 4 of the top surrogates were there. We've seen we've seen Biden, Doug Emhoff, Senator Harris, and Dr. Biden there multiple times. He was there again today. They have spent so much time and resources in Pennsylvania. The first appearance with President Obama and Biden together was in Flint, Michigan. Then they went to Detroit. So they put a lot of time and resources into these areas specifically. They're not seeing the return on their investment just yet. It doesn't mean it's not going to happen, though, because of the way that they count these votes. Both states take longer to count. Some of the parts of Pennsylvania are not going to count the mail-in votes until after they count the election day votes, which is why we might see red in some counties before we see it even out a little bit more. So I think that within the headquarters, they're still reminding themselves that that path is still their main path and it's still open. The Biden campaign also looks poised to possibly take Arizona. That could also help them on their quest to 270 as well.
Alex, I think the thing you're talking about is what some groups were calling the red mirage, was that on a night like this, that some of the initial returns can look more red, and then as some of the mailed-in ballots they get tabulated over the next, in Pennsylvania they have 3 more days, that as they tabulate those, that it could swing a little bit more blue.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, the deadline in Pennsylvania to count ballots isn't until November 23rd. Of course, they don't want that to happen. They don't want to wait until November 23rd. But if you just look at things like that, that is the possibility. In Ohio, even though it's trending towards President Trump, they have 10 days to count all of their mail-in ballots. They don't have to be in by today, where a place like Florida, if they were not in by close of business today when the polls closed, they were not getting counted. So every little piece of the laws in these states matters, and it matters not just obviously for the end result, but it matters for when you're taking into consideration how everything looks right now. And I'm sure that there are plenty of Biden supporters out there right now who are concerned, but you have to look at the laws and the way that these states handle counting results individually.
Alex Miller in Delaware monitoring the Biden campaign, and I appreciate you reminding us of some of that, because there are intricacies in all of these states, sometimes county by county, that we need to have in consideration when we're looking at the results as they roll in real time. Thank you for making us real smarter. Alex Miller, we'll talk to you in just a bit. Let's go to our other favorite Alex Livingston in Chicago.
So many Alexes, and I'm in great company with Alex Miller. Well, as you guys were just talking about, this race is extremely tight. Biden is ahead 209 to 118, but President Trump is ahead in states that are still counting. 8 of 12 swing states reporting results right now. So let's join coverage from our network of stations across the country.
The polls have been closed now for more than 2 hours, and the ballot counting is only just beginning, with so much focus here on the Keystone State. What does it all come down to? Turnout. 84% of all the voters in Pennsylvania in 2016 were white, and more than half of all the people who voted in the state in 2016 did not have a college education. So the Biden campaign is looking to certain groups, particularly African Americans in the Pittsburgh and Philadelphia areas, to help him win here. While President Trump is counting on areas that are more rural for votes, both candidates made plays for the suburban counties near Philadelphia, like Bucks County, where I am now. There is a lot of attention on election offices in these counties, and here's what Bucks County's elections officials say they're doing right now.
We are making sure to count every single vote. That's the biggest and most important thing. Every vote is important. Even people who have made mistakes on ballots, we have tried to work with them to make the corrections. Doesn't matter, Republican, Democrat, Independent. We want this election to be over with everybody having great confidence in their Board of Elections.
Whether that confidence is restored or shattered will come down to how the ballot counting goes, not just here in Pennsylvania, but also across the country. In Bucks County, Pennsylvania, I'm Maya Rodriguez.
I'm Cesar Rodriguez, and I've been traveling across the country from the East Coast to the Midwest and now to the Southwest to talk to Latinos about the Latino vote in this year's presidential election. I'm joined here by Armando Ruiz. Armando, talk to us about how religion plays an important part when Latinos go to the polls tonight.
Yeah, I think Arizona, the key number is 30%. And if a Republican candidate is able to pick up 30% of Latino vote, they usually win. Latinos, there's 3 kind of major groups, religious groups, if you will: Catholics, evangelicals and members of the Latter-day Saints, which are Mormons. And if you can put a coalition of those three groups together and get to the 30%, you'll probably win Arizona.
Thanks a lot, Armando Ruiz, former elected official from the state of Arizona. I'm Cesar Rodriguez reporting from Phoenix, Arizona.
Go away. We're checking on some results after this.
Like what you're seeing from Newsy? Maybe you have a suggestion. Well, we want to hear from you. You can get in touch with us at feedback@newsy.com anytime. Newsy, be informed, not influenced.
We take a step away from the noise and spin to really hear the stories that need to be told. Newsy cuts through.
Newsy's 2020 election coverage sponsored by Curiosity Stream.
Did you know that despite growing out of dirt in the ground, mushrooms are more closely related to animals than they are to plants? Learn more in The Kingdom, How Fungi Made Our World on Curiosity Stream. Curiosity Stream is the streaming video service full of thousands of documentary films and TV shows about nature, science, history, travel, the world's most fascinating people, and pretty much anything else you want to learn about. Spark your curiosity on any device that can stream video. Learn more and sign up today at curiositystream.com.
At Harry and David, we know that a gift is more than a beautiful box. It's a lifetime of love, the joy of friendship, the moments together, big and small. We make it easy to celebrate the ones you love. Life is a gift. Share more.
Did you know? You could have earned real cash back on your last grocery trip. Just add offers, scan your receipt after shopping, and earn real cash back. Download the free app today for a $20 welcome bonus.
Are you tired of dodging the IRS for back taxes? Are you curious about potential new options available to you because of COVID-19? The coronavirus has forced the government to take extensive actions, making this the most opportunistic time for you to finally restructure or even resolve your tax debt with the IRS. If you owe $10,000 or more in back taxes, have unfiled tax returns, and are experiencing hardships because of the impact of COVID-19, you could qualify for more aggressive resolution plans with the IRS. National Tax Experts has specialists ready to help you determine your eligibility for these programs. Act now before it's too late. This could be your best chance to resolve your tax debt. If left unresolved, your debt will continue to accumulate penalties and interest and eventually be subject to serious and punitive collection activity. Call to take advantage of these temporary tax relief options to resolve your tax debt today.
Call 1-800-693-6680.
With all the states still in play, there are multiple scenarios for each candidate depending on which states they win or they lose. James Packer joins us now from the results desk in Chicago to break down one state in particular. Sometimes it's been, I guess, like a day maker. Sometimes it's been a heartbreaker. James?
Yeah, well, I just want to give you an update here from the Associated Press, because obviously that's what we're going off of here to make these calls tonight. And they've just given us an update on why they haven't called Florida yet, because we know so much of the counties in there, and it's such a critical state tonight. They say, Florida has a history of close elections. They remind us of that, and they say we are waiting in particular on more count to come in South Florida, including Miami-Dade County, which is, of course, the largest population center. It's an area that went to Hillary Clinton in 2016. Joe Biden leads there right now. There are a lot more votes coming in Miami-Dade County than there were in 2016. This graphic just came up because it plays out some of the scenarios if Joe Biden ends up losing the state of Florida. Again, he is trailing the president right now statewide, but the Associated Press pointing to a lot of outstanding votes in Miami-Dade County for the reason to not have called it yet. If Joe Biden ends up losing Florida tonight, he's going to need a path to 270 that likely includes Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. North Carolina, Michigan, Wisconsin, or Georgia, North Carolina, Wisconsin. Okay, so it's likely he's going to need one of those combinations in order to get to 270 tonight. But take a look at where the president is leading across the country tonight. In a lot of those battlegrounds, the president is ahead. In fact, in all of the battlegrounds that we played out in those scenarios for Joe Biden, if he loses Florida, the president is ahead. That doesn't mean that the president's going to win those states. It's early in a lot of these states, as we've been saying over and over and over again, and we'll keep saying it. Count those early votes, and there are so many early votes. We're going to show you, in fact, some numbers a little later on tonight, Chance, that illustrate how much of an impact that can have, because we know so many people who voted early, by mail especially, tend to break for Joe Biden. Folks who wanted to vote in person on Election Day tend to break for the president. So there could be a big shift in one direction or the other as we get more of those mail-in votes counted.
Wow. When you put it like that on screen visually, it really shows the state of the race, because you said, okay, these are his paths, but all those right now are pink. Now, I mean, it is worth remembering, as you said, like Michigan right now, just 48% reporting, Pennsylvania, 51% reporting. So those things, like you said, could still change. But that's blocking off a lot of the exits that they were looking for.
Well, and look, I think they knew that coming into tonight they would need some momentum out the gate, right? And hoping that some of these states that would be able to call tonight would go toward Joe Biden so that they would be able to have some kind of definitive answer. Because having sort of this drawn-out process gives time for there to be some muddying of the waters in terms of what's happening. That's why we have to keep being clear about what's going on here and how much vote is outstanding, how much of that mail-in vote still has to be counted. I think Joe Biden's looking more at states like Arizona, potentially Iowa, to come in so that he can get whatever votes he can in some of those other states, so that he may have to win fewer of those battleground states to get to 270.
James Packard, eye-opening. It makes you think. James Packard in Chicago, thank you so much from the results desk. We'll talk to you again soon. Right now, I want to bring in Andrew Rafferty, our senior politics editor here at Newsy. Andrew, real quick, before we talk about the senior vote, because that was an interesting one this year. A lot of people thought, like Joe Biden has the seniors in hand. When James talks about muddying of the waters, I think each side, they really wanted to just have something clear, definitive, we know tonight. That's looking less and less likely that's going to happen tonight. What ramifications are there?
Well, I think the big question coming in tonight is there was some reporting around what the president, how he would handle the idea that votes were not, in fact, the results were not known on election night. Of course, we've stressed here that this is something we kind of expected, but the president, as recently as when he was on the campaign trail yesterday and the day before that, said, essentially it's not fair not to know the result of the election on election night. And there's really, historically, most times we get this cleaned up pretty quickly, but that doesn't necessarily mean by midnight. It's actually more of a rare occurrence that we know and are able to say who the winner is before most people who have normal sleep schedules, at least, go to bed. So not us. But yeah, I mean, going into this, it's really, it was so much public information. We viewed it as really our duty and responsibility to let people know that this was not in any ways a sign that something's going wrong or something is off base here, because again, most people voted in a very different way. You got to count the votes a very different way. And so, listen, we certainly understand people's frustrations. We all want to know who the winner is, but the last thing we want to do is anything close to what happened in 2000, when a lot of the networks made a number of calls, actually went back and forth and made incorrect calls in the state of Florida specifically, which we were just talking about. And so hopefully this industry has learned its lesson since then, and that's why I think you're seeing caution being exercised here.
So let's get into territory we do know about, or we have a clearer picture on. The senior citizen vote. Seniors, they are reliable voters. They come out, they show up, and, typically the older you get, the more conservative you get. But we were seeing all these numbers that seniors this year, they were actually more in love with Joe Biden. Is that bearing out?
Inroads, that's what we saw. We saw the Biden campaign and Democrats really happy about these supposed inroads the campaign had made among that 65-plus crowd, the 50-plus crowd. And so, in Florida, regardless, it seems like it's going to be razor tight. Whichever candidate wins, it's going to be a large part between the senior votes. So it's going to be interesting to see just the breakdown. But I'll move to another state right now, and that's Arizona, where we're getting a large chunk of the vote in, and some of the data we have from those who have voted already. And again, this is preliminary data, and it changes once we get a better idea of who did and did not vote. But we do know, so in 2016, Hillary Clinton, 42% of the 45-plus crowd, and Donald Trump, 55%. Don't want to say 45-year-olds are senior citizens. That's not what I mean to say here. But that's just the statistically, that group, the 45-plus, makes up about 60+% of the electorate, and so that's why I'm breaking it out that way. The numbers we have, again, preliminary, show it's about a 50-50 split, and so 49% for Biden, 50% for Trump. And so if Biden is successful in Arizona, or even if it's close, I think a lot of that is going to point towards his inroads in that state in particular. And I think one of the interesting dynamics and narratives we're going to see playing out tonight is just because you do well with one demographic in one state does not necessarily translate to doing well with a different demographic in a different state. And so that's what we're seeing in Florida and all these places. So I do want to throw a little bit of caution on that chance.
And I do want to acknowledge we're looking at a live look at where the Biden campaign is going to be staging their event tonight. We're going to hear from Joe Biden no matter what happens tonight, whether there's a call or not. But can we put a finer point on what you were just saying, Andrew? You were talking about inroads. But before tonight, we were talking about a shift, a wave among senior citizens in the country. It sounds like, okay, maybe he chipped away at seniors a little bit, Joe Biden did, but it's not as if, you know, they're forming new cheerleading groups for him and saying, we are Biden all the way.
No, certainly not. And I think that's why it's so important to break it down on a state-by-state level. And these campaigns, they have won and they are lost in the margins. And so, you know, Donald Trump is not winning over large amounts of African Americans, but if he's able to boost 1 or 2% of the black vote in his favor, which it's very possible that he is, then all of a sudden that matters in these really tight races that we have not called yet. And so there's not been some monumental shift in demographics in the country. It's more of a subtle shift, and the difference between winning by 1 point or 2 points among a specific group could mean the difference between winning a state. And so that's why it's important to note some of these numbers. It's also important to note that we don't have the full picture quite yet, but when we're talking about seniors, as you mentioned, one of the most reliable voting blocks in terms of just participating and showing up, if a candidate is able to make some inroads among them, that matters in states like in the South, where we know that there is a large population of elderly or senior voters, in places like Arizona and Florida.
Senior politics editor Andrew Rafferty, we're going to be checking in with you throughout the evening. Andrew, we appreciate it. Thank you. Across the country, coming up next on our special coverage here, Newsy 2020.
Approaches, we need to be on the lookout for fraudulent content masquerading as the real deal. If you see a damaging post, image, or story about a candidate, make sure to verify whether it's authentic or not before you share it. Voting depends on you. Democracy depends on us.
We're working hard to get you the news you need.
We dig a little deeper on the stories of the day.
That's why we're here.
To help start making sense of it all.
Newsy's 2020 election coverage sponsored by Curiosity Stream.
For the first time ever, we can track an individual bird over its entire migration journey.
Come fly with us and find out how and why birds are so important to humanity.
I study the impacts that humans have on birds. My goal is to help identify the risks of development for bird populations. You play with nature, pull one piece out, maybe that's a pivotal piece.
The Messenger on Curiosity Stream.
We're going to need a lot of wine to get through this year. First Leaf's got your back with great wines delivered right to your door. Get 6 bottles of outstanding wine, normally $149.95, now just $39.95 with free shipping. Rate your wines and we'll find new ones personalized for you. With over 1,000 awards, we guarantee you'll love these wines. Get 6 bottles of great wine for only $39.95. Visit firstleaf.com/TV today.
Why do I have life insurance? Because I want to make sure that these kids are always taken care of. My life insurance policy with Jenny Life gives me peace of mind. For $1 a day, I've got up to $500,000 in coverage. Visit jennylife.com to get a policy in minutes.
The Ridge wallet does a lot more than a typical wallet. It's small and modern, expands to hold cards and cash. It's made of military-grade materials, comes in 12 colors with a cash strap or a money clip. It blocks RFID, has a lifetime warranty and free shipping and returns. Order it today at ridge.com.
DealDash.com, the fair and honest bidding site. An iPad was sold for less than $24, a PlayStation for less than $16, and a 4K television for less than $2. Go to DealDash.com right now and see how much you can save. Remember, shipping is always free.
Support your favorite college at Fanatics.com, the largest assortment of officially licensed fan gear from more than 500 colleges. Every conference, every team. Shop now and get today's special offer. Fanatics.com, officially licensed everything.
When it comes to the most comfortable basics, Mack Weldon gets guys talking.
I come to Mack Weldon for absolute comfort, and they've always looked good, felt good, and worked throughout the day for me.
I have 6 drawers in our dresser at home, 2 of which are dedicated solely to Mack Weldon tees. You can ask my wife.
You name it, I probably have it, and all of it is really comfortable, so I love wearing it. Everything I own from Mack Weldon is luxuriously comfortable.
Yeah, noticing a theme here? Get comfortable at MackWeldon.com.
The country right now, coast to coast, to show you how this vote is playing out. First, we're going to talk to KGUN, our station in Tucson, Arizona. Here's how ballots are being tabulated in Pima.
You can hear the sounds of the ballots being counted right behind me here. About a dozen workers counting ballots. More than 413,000 have already been counted. That's about 65% of registered voters here in Pima County. And if you take a look right over here at this computer screen, that's where all the votes are being tallied right there. And the results are then going on our KGUN 9 website, where you can see there's also people walking through as an extra set of eyes and ears to make sure that everything's going as planned.
So there are members of the political parties who serve as the Accuracy and Certification Board. What they basically do is they can attest that all the procedures were followed correctly and that the software and hardware were tested correctly both before the election and after the election.
There's 4 people total. 2 from each party are here monitoring the process as it happens in real time. Now, if you're just turning in right now, you can watch the ballot counting process online yourself on KGUN9.com, and we will keep you updated as the next batch of results rolls in, and we're not expecting those for at least another 30 to 45 minutes. Reporting live at the Election Center, Sierra Encinas, KGUN 9 on your side.
Coverage, we've been talking a lot about key states, and Wisconsin is one of them, where there's an extremely tight race. 77% of precincts reporting President Trump is ahead by 5 points. Our station in Milwaukee, WTMJ, got some analysis from former Governor Scott Walker.
Governor, let's start with you. When you see the early results so far, what are you seeing here, and is the state going to go red or blue?
Well, I think it's too close, and I've been saying this all night on CNBC as well. Massive turnout. You've got about 95% turnout of registered voters in the city of Madison. Obviously, good news for Joe Biden. You've got really high turnout, near record high turnout in rural parts of the state, in areas where the president was picking up 60, 70% of the vote. And as I've said all along, I think the key to this race is it is in every statewide race, certainly the 3 I won. It's mid-sized industrial communities. The president was wise to be in Kenosha last night, and in places like Green Bay and the Wausau area and even Janesville in the last few weeks. He's been to a number of these key cities, and look in Kenosha County, the numbers are coming in surprisingly strong for the president.
Yeah, Kenosha County will be one of those pivot counties that the president won in 2016 and President Obama won in 2012. Just quickly here, those wow counties, though, are you seeing some resistance there for the president, especially like in Ozaukee County?
You see higher numbers, but you don't see the kind of percentages that the Republicans would like to see. So the way to offset that, which they predicted, we saw a little bit of that 4 years ago, and Ron Johnson outperformed the president in those counties as well. You got to make it up in places like Kenosha, Sheboygan, Manitowoc, Fond du Lac, all the way up through the valley to Green Bay.
All right, now let's check on some of the latest Senate races. Our Joe St. George gives us the lay of the land in places like Texas and North Carolina.
It's hard to believe we're here late on election night and we're talking about Texas as a swing state. One big reason, more people voted in Texas before Election Day than the entire 2016 election. Any votes cast today, which includes voting by horseback in Harris County, just continues to set the Texas voting record with this election. It's made Democrats think they can actually flip the Lone Star State, and as you can see, if that happens, well, it doesn't really matter what happens in other states. We spoke with Elizabeth Alvarez, a Texas attorney, about the vote in Texas at this hour and why she thinks provisional ballots will be critical.
Now, if you didn't bring your ID, for example, you get 7 days from the date of the election to bring that in. So your provisional ballot can be accepted. So it was always going to take that long to verify all those ballots. But since we have a larger number of mail-in provisional than we usually have, people are wondering how high that's going to be and how that's going to impact vote totals tonight.
And I don't want to forget about North Carolina. President Trump won it by about 200,000 votes 4 years ago. It's competitive tonight. One reason, Wake County, North Carolina, the largest county. Clinton received 302,000 votes there 4 years ago. Already tonight, and there's still votes out there, Biden has received 359,000 votes. Now back here in Washington, overlooking the Capitol, a lot of people in this town are paying attention to who will control the United States Senate. There was one race in particular that Democrats needed to win if they are going to flip the Senate tonight or tomorrow or whenever we figure out the results. And they got it in Colorado. Former Colorado Governor John Hickenlooper has defeated incumbent Republican Senator Cory Gardner. That's a crucial pickup for Democrats in their quest to take back the Senate. In Washington, I'm Joe St. George.
We're going to go to a quick break, and then we're going to the Capitol. Our Nathaniel Reed joins us next.
Hey, I'm Christian Bryant. Every weeknight on In the Loop, we cut through the noise with a mix of headlines and features. Definitely not your traditional nightly news show. So come join us. We've got stuff to talk about.
We take a step away from the noise and spin to really hear the stories that need to be told. Newsy cuts through.
Newsy's 2020 election coverage sponsored by CuriosityStream.
Did you know that despite growing out of dirt in the ground, mushrooms are more closely related to animals than they are to plants? Learn more in The Kingdom, How Fungi Made Our World on CuriosityStream. CuriosityStream is the streaming video service full of thousands of documentary films and TV shows about nature, science, history, travel, the world's most fascinating people, and pretty much anything else you want to learn about. Spark your curiosity on any device that can stream video. Learn more and sign up today at curiositystream.com.
At Trade, we're not here to sell you the perfect morning. We're just here to deliver great coffee from great roasters. You tell us your taste, and we'll carefully select a bag to deliver fresh to your door. Get matched at drinktrade.com.
I wish I could try these glasses on first.
Here, step into the future where everything is possible. Welcome. Here you can try on Warby Parker glasses using only your phone.
Really? Wow, I like it here.
And I like these. You can stay, but I'll need my phone. Okay. Just shop prescription glasses starting at $95 and virtually try them on in the Warby Parker app.
You can't put a price on connection, so we didn't. With Text Now, you get a real phone number with unlimited nationwide calls and texts for $0 a month. Download Text Now for free today.
Are you tired of dodging the IRS for back taxes? Are you curious about potential new options available to you because of COVID-19? The coronavirus has forced the government to take extensive actions, making this the most opportunistic time for you to finally restructure or even resolve your tax debt with the IRS. If you owe $10,000 or more in back taxes, have unfiled tax returns, and are experiencing hardships because of the impact of COVID-19, you could qualify for more aggressive resolution plans with the IRS. National Tax Experts has specialists ready to help you determine your eligibility for these programs. Act now before it's too late. This could be your best chance to resolve your tax debt. If left unresolved, your debt will continue to accumulate penalties and interest and eventually be subject to serious and punitive collection activity. Call to take advantage of these temporary tax relief options to resolve your tax debt today.
Call 1-800-693-6680.
Roll in. I'm Chance Seals in Washington.